Today's session of the Post-Trial Study Group, or PTSG, in the case against Letitia Stauch is hosted by Crime Curious and sponsored by the Law Offices of Clifton Black and Excalibur Private Investigation.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so that we're on the same page as far as the record, we just listened to and watched a portion of the interview from timestamps 1 hour, 1 minute, 20 second through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds. In the beginning of this portion of the interview, you asked the defendant to describe that fire in the basement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
She gives you some extraneous information there, specifically like Kobe Bryant. Was it consistent that when you would start getting into particular points of interest as it relates to the alleged crimes here, that she would give these extraneous details?
Yes, and that was consistent through the phone calls as well.
From your perspective, was that another distraction attempt to sort of create these tangents off of the main path of what you're trying to drive towards?
Yes.
Cell phones, please.
Apparently the cell phone wants me to repeat it, Judge. I don't know.
That's the or whoever.
You had asked about details about this fire in this particular portion in like color of flame, those height of the flames. Why were you asking those questions?
Well, as I explained before the video, the candle was a significant incident. She had been talking about that since February 13th that I came on, that Gannon sustained serious burns from that caused him even to bleed. And I wanted to see how she described not only the candle, but the fire itself and how he was injured.
What was your perspective of that either reluctance or unwillingness to share details of the fire, the colors of the flames, the height of the flames? Why is that potentially significant to you in this interview?
Well, I tried multiple times to get her to explain to me what she saw. And I tried to give her different prompts on maybe even motioning with her hand how tall it might be or how hot it was or colors. And she was not comfortable doing that.
Okay. There was also discussion about the burns on Gannon. She describes on one hand that there were little burns on his arms and then says by Monday they're peeling. Any significance to that for you? That seems to be some divergent statements as to the severity of these burns.
Yes, in our phone call on February 13th, she was saying that Gannon was peeling and peeling his burns and that they were very bloody. And that's a lot different from how she was describing those to me in this interview.
In that particular, and you're referring back to a different one of these recorded calls that we listened to.
Correct.
Did that appear to be, from your perspective, a way to explain why there would be blood on his walls and in his bedroom?
Yes.
So again, to explain away important details in the investigation?
Yes.
In this particular discussion of the fire in the basement, she gives a long description about opening windows and how people are sleeping upstairs, everybody is, but then Gannon ends up downstairs. Did that appear to be an isolation of Gannon based on the way you're hearing that?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me at the time on why he would be back down there, but I decided not to press it.
Does that also, I guess building on that, the fact that she describes all the windows being opened, we're talking about mid to late January, likely very cold in there. And we're going to play from 1 hour, 27 minutes to 1 hour, 29 minutes and 42 seconds.
What I did was I said, I told Albert, I said, hey, I'll just stay at home. back or I didn't want to. But the plan was I wasn't going to go back. But that was like the plan was I was not going back to teaching.
So starting, when was that a plan?
I don't know, like December, so I was just going to try to use like days, whatever, because I didn't want to.
Right. What did you tell your school as far as why you didn't show up that day?
For that day, I didn't talk to them about anything that day.
Your school, you didn't?
That day.
Did you just not show? Or didn't you have classes waiting on you? Or?
No. Okay, so what happened was I transitioned because I was like, okay, I wasn't going to be a teacher anymore. And I was like, okay, I have to do something until the whole flight attendant thing starts. So I had to do something and just not have money or whatever. So I got on DA. I would do a long-term sub position or the regular subbing position. And then I just, at that point, was going to just call in whenever I could work. I have it in my email.
Right.
I could just call in whenever I worked.
So were you scheduled to show up then Monday morning?
From the school that I wasn't going to work at anymore. I didn't even complete paperwork with them yet. So it wasn't even, I wasn't
They
even.
weren't counting on you to show up that day or what?
What do you mean? But I hadn't signed any contracts. I hadn't done anything with them because the whole plan was I was not going to be teaching them.
Okay. Yeah, I get you didn't sign contracts, but were they planning for you to come in to do something on Monday and you had to call in?
I never called it on Monday. I'd already told them.
Did you text down or something?
No, on Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them. Okay. On Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them that I wasn't coming in. I didn't go in Friday either. I'd already told them I wasn't. So it was like, you're asking me about if I told them Monday, but I'd already told them prior. That
you'd already told them, so you didn't have to tell them you're not coming in on Monday?
Right, because I had already told them because, on my dad's side, there was someone who passed away. The prior week. So that.
So, Mr. Grusing, when she's giving you this answer, what information did you have already about her employment on that Monday?
I had, I think in the 4:00 a.m. hour, she had texted to say one of her relatives had got hit by a car and was killed, and that's why she was not coming into work.
And the way that she's describing it, it sounds like she's saying that this was a text that she sent the previous week to a different school as opposed to the one that she was now supposed to work at on Monday, January 27th.
That's correct.
What was significant of that to you?
I was attempting to walk her through her own timeline that she had provided us on the Sunday night burn injuries and then what happened Monday morning. And that was the next logical thing that she should have been describing to me. And then, like you said, she put it back on either Thursday or Friday.
Okay. The reason that she gives in that portion of the interview is that she didn't want to go back into teaching, right?
Yes.
Did she ever say in this part of the interview or any other part of the interview or phone calls having any sort of mental health anxiety issues as it related to teaching?
Not that I listened to, no.
Was it more along the lines of she was just not happy in teaching because of the current environment in schools?
Yes.
Following that portion of the discussion, did you ask her to give you a statement about what happens on Monday, January 27th?
I did.
Does she then, in her answer, is this where she asks you, I'm going to need some help from you?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we're going to jump to 1 hour, 32 minutes and 47 seconds and play through 1 hour, 46 minutes and 45 seconds.
That's kind of long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dude.
So tell me about the next morning. So now you're at home, Gannon's at home,
Right.
Elena's at school. Tell me what happens now.
Right. So this is where I need help from everybody.
Yeah. And you can get help. Like I said, I've had some high-level informants that have told me some horrific things, and we've had to relocate them. We can get different names. But to do that, to kick that in motion, we need to know the story. We can't just say,
Right.
oh, someone got really important information.
Right. Well, that's where I would need someone to help guide me through this, because I want to help more than anything. But
That's why I'm here, because I'm representing Denver FBI,
Right.
and then I have the ability to pull resources from Quantico, which is our behavior analysis unit. Everything comes out of there.
Right.
It's called CERD, which is our incident response group. So this was a big enough case that the supervisor of the FBI asked me to come down from Denver, and I get all my training out there. So
Right.
you're not going to have better resources in this room right now. And I'm not bragging.
Right.
I've just been doing this stuff for a long time.
Right.
So if you tell me what happens and then you need protection, we can do all that stuff. So DEA doesn't have those capabilities. ATF doesn't. No. DEA just investigates drugs, and they're very good at it.
Right.
But the FBI, we're now worldwide, and we have offices Bogota to Russia to China to wherever.
Right.
So we get a lot more funding because of when September 11th happened. That changed everything for us. We were the nation's #1 law enforcement agency before then,
Mm-hmm.
but they gave us so many more resources since then.
Right.
And so I am specialized in missing kids and unusual homicides, including serial killings and whatever else. So I didn't get in right away on your case, but I did. I have been working it for the past couple of weeks.
No, it's not that.
Well, I'm here now, and whatever you tell me, the worst thing I can do for people like you is if you have a story that requires your protection for the FBI, it would not be good for me to run out and say, oh, Letitia told me this, and that's not how it works. If this can help us find Gannon, we'll do whatever we can.
Not like I just need like protection for.
Okay, well, you can get that, but we have to know the story first.
So how am I supposed to get help talking to someone first before we talk to you? Because I'm willing to do that.
So here's your deal. If you need help, and if you want to go through the court process, that's fine. We leave, and then you work through the court process. But then it just becomes the whole focus of this, Letitia, right now you're the only one. You're the last one. You're the last adult with him. You're the last adult we know about with him. You have not told anybody anything else to lead us. We have been trying to work with Val to say, what does she say in that?
Yeah.
And the Quincy Brown thing and whatever else.
I was mad at him about all that. But a lot of it was keys to help you guys. But it should have been. If I could have just reached out to someone to be like terrified for myself, it would have been. Also, what I can help you with can also help you with something else you might learn with. I'm just saying,
Well, Letitia, you've got to give me something here to work with. If you want to go through the court process, like I said on here, the last question, if you want to stop at any time, you are more than welcome to stop and say.
but it says you can have one present to talk to you.
Yep. And that will kick in the court process, and then they're done, which is fine. And if that's what you want. Okay, but the whole, if you need protection and that sort of thing, I can't get you there without you giving me something. So I listened to all the calls with Al, and I've seen the crime scene reports.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what happened in the bedroom was not Gannon slinging his blood on the wall.
Well, that's totally like not even to do with anything.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so like upset about bedrooms and all those things. Because I understand you're an expert. I know that. But I'm telling you that I'm gonna need like protection. That's it. It's not me. I'm not the person.
So, but if you're not the person, the charges won't be different. Okay, if you allowed someone else to come in and do the things to Gannon that we know happened to him, you're just as guilty.
I didn't allow anyone, and I don't know of anything like you're talking about to be happening to you. I do know that there's something I can tell you that can help you or help me, help everyone. But help.
Well, so let me tell you where I am. Okay. Like I said, I've been 23 years with the FBI. For the last 20, I've been working violent crime. And I've worked some of the worst cases. And
Okay.
it kind of messed me up a little bit, to be honest,
Right.
seeing what I've seen. And I worked 20 years of bank robberies.
Mm-hmm.
So I always thought that you were going to have, I'm the FBI, I'm the good guy, bad people go rob banks. And that's not how it is. I've had to help arrest other FBI agents, police officers, people from the church, school resource officers. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, some of the bank robbers, one of them came out after serving a 10-year sentence, and we had it off just fine, even though, you know, we were on opposite sides of the fence. The thing that I have seen, though, throughout is when something very bad happens, people think they can't recover from it. And I do not think you are a bad person.
I'm not.
That's why I'm here. No, I don't.
I didn't do bad
I've seen bad
and I know
people.
you told people that to get them to help you,
No,
but I'm
I'm
not.
I would not have this approach with you if I thought you were a bad person. I think something bad happened. And I think that what I've seen a lot, it's whether it's you think that you can get out if you do this or this or this, that's where you are now. And you're hoping that one of these things can save you. They're not going to be able.
What do you mean? What were you talking about?
There was nobody else there. We've looked at the alarms, we've looked at the motions, we've looked at the
Sir,
detectors.
The alarms are already covered up.
The alarms were already covered
Yes.
up. Okay. But
Sir,
With-
I'm telling you, what you have is not you. I know you say you wouldn't sit here and say this to me if I wasn't, whatever. I'm telling you, it is true. I would not and did not, did not. And with you guys having my phone, I would have thought that you would have had some of the apps looked into. Now, I would have thought that sometimes when I talked to Albert, you might have listened to him or whatever, it could have been some help and indication. I really did. Because I couldn't come at you and just tell you if you say there's somebody not involved. I could walk you through it and prove it to you, and you guys have already had this predetermination. I don't mean you. I have the first time I spoke to you. You guys have already had this predetermination that that's what's going to happen. It's already in your mindset.
yeah, because we have no other evidence pointing us elsewhere. So if there was a shred of evidence, Letitia, that pointed us to some other person, we would be all over it. As soon as Quincy Brown came out of your mouth, it doesn't take long.
So, you know, 100% he's in Mexico right
Yes,
now.
we do now.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Because we did get our legal, we have what's called a legal attaché.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where that alone, and I get that you're saying you have someone who looked into that and knows that, that's where I know in my heart that I can't trust to get help. That very least.
You're saying Quincy Brown's
No,
not in Mexico?
that's not what I'm saying. But you would have said another word, like something in between that would have gave that off. Like, you wouldn't have said he's just in Mexico and didn't do anything. You would have said, oh, did he come back here for a reason? You wouldn't have said any of that. You would have known some other things too. Or maybe you have and you just can't tell me those things. And that's okay. But
We don't, in a case like this, so tips will come in, the public will call in. And then, of course, you and Al are primary interest because you're the parents of the missing kid. And 90% of the time, when a kid goes missing, it has to do with one of the parents. That's it. That we work on probability.
Okay.
So, and especially with you, then you're there. You say he went to a neighbor's house. That's the very first thing you say. And then there's no thought that somebody took him.
So there's no thought.
There's no thought for law enforcement.
But you don't understand what happened leading up to the days before. Nothing to do with Gannon. Nothing to do with them. Okay, in terms of me and Gannon, I love Gannon with all my heart. And so you can sit here and say 90% parents, this. Okay.
I'm not saying you don't love him.
I love him.
I'm saying that even I have had times when my son rolled the basketball underneath that I wanted to turn around and do something, and then I would have regretted it later.
But what you're saying to me is what you think is that I hurt Gannon.
And I don't think it was intentional.
Okay, but I didn't hurt Gannon. Okay, and I didn't either intentional or not intentional hurt Gannon. I did not. That's just not what happened. Okay, and I had this conversation with you just to see for a second if I could get help from you.
Which you can, but how can you expect me to help you, Letitia, if you're not going to tell me what happened? You can't go, let me tell you. You can unlock the entire resources of the FBI right now. I've told you that. But then you say that you're not willing to do it, whether you don't trust me or you think that there's these...
But you already told me someone wasn't there based on an alarm.
That's from what we can see. Yes, okay. Movement in the basement.
Right.
Movement upstairs.
But you've already told me that based on that, okay? But what you're not realizing is there's 2 sensors on that home, okay? Two that can easily be manipulated, easily, okay? And if you even knew anything about prior, you would be thinking a lot differently now. But see, that's why I can't talk to you about these things, because you already have predetermined what you think.
It doesn't matter what I predetermined.
But you said intentionally, unintentionally, and that's not the case.
I'm not saying I'm right 100% of the time. It doesn't, you need to just disregard whatever I think, or really whatever anybody else thinks. If you have the truth, and if you have something that will help us find him, really, to hell with me and everybody else and what we think. You should just cast that aside. All I can follow is the facts of the case as they're told to me. And so for me to go somewhere else besides the facts, I have to then go back to the facts to check it. So when I say something like...
to you in private, but you can't tell Albert about anything that led up to it or anyone else.
Albert will not know anything.
I understand that, but I need your help, and I need to know that you tell me those resources, you tell me whatever, okay? I know you're saying you got whatever, this, and that, and all that, but I really am going to need help, like, a lot. Where do you? Don't base it on some alarm report, because they can easily manipulate it.
Well, we're not just...
Easily whatever. I know I'm saying when you're saying no one else was there.
So
when you say that, don't base it on that, please. I'm begging you. Because that was not even remotely. It's not even. I mean,
Mr. Grusin?
Mr. Grusin, I just remind you that you're still under oath.
At the beginning of that portion of the interview, Mr. Grusing, you go through a description of if you allowed somebody else to come into the house and do bad things to Gannon, then you're just as guilty. Why were you going down that path and explaining that to her?
Well, it had to do with the numerous stories that she had told us and Al over the phone, and just whatever complicity she was going to make with me, I was wanting to move more directly towards her involvement. So just saying that if she was going to introduce yet another person, like the last one that she introduced was the pregnant lady, and it didn't really have any legs to stand on, I didn't want her to go down that path again.
So was that you trying to encourage her to talk about her actions as opposed to pointing it out to different people?
Yes.
Okay. What about the discussion you had where you're talking about the good guys, the bad guys dynamic and that whole thing, arresting bank robbers? What was that purpose of that?
To tell Letitia basically that she was a good person and that good people can do bad things.
In that portion of the interview, she says she couldn't just come at you and tell you what had happened. What was your take from that particular point of the interview?
Well, I don't know if this is the same thing you're talking about, but she told me that she had keys or some type of keys she was trying to give us, but that she couldn't tell us directly what happened. And to me, that meant that she had been giving us hints along during the different phone calls through Al, because she had already told me that she knew that I and others were listening.
That's exactly what I was talking about, where she's telling you basically that I've been trying to give hints throughout this whole thing. Were there, in fact, some hints in her various statements?
Absolutely.
Can you give us examples of that, please?
Well, she mentioned that Gannon was not in Colorado in either the phone call on February 19th or 21st. I think it was the 19th. And then she told Al that he's not in the U.S. And we later learned that was close to being true. She also, as we've spoken of numerous times, described the injuries, and she was even describing time periods that we were interested in, like the night before the 2 trips to Costco and what had happened in between those 2 trips. And then when she would come home, what happened after she arrived back at the house. And yeah, so when you compile them all together, she was describing a lot of what had happened separately through the investigation being done by El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And when you talk about that it was almost true that Gannon wasn't in the United States, are you referring to where Gannon was later found on the essentially banks of a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, down in Florida. Why did you tell her that you don't think it was intentional? What, and the way you're implying it in that statement is you don't think what she did to Gannon was intentional. Why'd you say that?
Well, in her first statement that I was present for with Al on the 13th of February, she said that Gannon's first injury in her timeline was that he cut his foot on Saturday. And then she went on to other things that had happened. And in my experience with domestic violence, I had seen that an accident might precede something intentional. And I was giving her the opportunity to say that if she wanted to.
Was that essentially you building it out for her to feel better about telling you what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes, and still just trying to find any factual information from her on injuries to Gannon when they might have occurred, and it's much easier to talk about an accident than something intentional.
Okay. The next section that I want to talk about is right after this. Do you remember her talking about she reached out to people to go places?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. It's at timestamps 1:46:45 through 1:48:30. So going directly from here to 1:48:30.
So you care about Gannon.
I care about Gannon. I have reached out every day offering for people to go in these certain places to get even insight to see. I've every day asked, hey, can you go do this? Can someone meet with you?
So you've asked someone to go look for him?
Right. Like I reached out and I asked Albert, I said, hey, can you meet me? Let me tell you about this and let's go to this location to look. I've asked all these.
What location do you think he's at now, Gannon?
No, I'm just saying like
No,
in general.
but I'm asking you.
In
right
general.
now. Where do you think he is right now?
I don't know exactly. I don't know.
Well, where do you know him to last?
But I am 99% confident Gannon is alive.
Okay. Letitia, where do you know him to last be?
I want to help her, but I'm in a room and you've already talking about all this and the courts and it's me against everybody else.
So here's the deal. once this thing goes through the courts, you talk about that. You're the only one to be with him. You think you're going to be able to tell a story.
Story?
It might be a true story.
God, sir.
But
Story?
listen, I've listened to a lot of your stories, and I don't know what else to tell them.
Yeah, okay, that's because I was mad at him. Had nothing, I already knew.
But I've seen what you told the news reporter. I've listened to what you told El Paso about the sex assault that happened in the house.
I already knew that you guys were listening to him.
Yeah.
So I said that because I was angry.
But what I think I can offer you today is some help.
Okay.
So in the beginning of that portion, Mr. Grusing, she's talking about she's been trying to reach out to get people to go places. Do you know of any effort she made to reach out to give information, factual information that could be acted on?
I don't.
So in this, basically in this interview, do you also go through a portion where you're describing that you're looking at her stories and they're just not making sense?
Correct.
I'm going to jump to 1 hour, 51 minutes and 40 seconds and play 1 hour, 56 through 1 hour, 56, 24.
And so I'm looking at your story, the ones that you've told to Al, the ones that you've said in the media, of hitting your head. When you hit your head, you didn't see what happened. And then when someone else takes Gannon, or when he's riding a bike and he hits his head and stuff like that.
I didn't buy it. I just told you I was saying that to Albert because I was upset that he wasn't listening to me, that I did not hurt Gannon.
I don't think you intended to hurt Gannon at all.
There's no...
No, I'm not saying you did, or he hurt himself. Something bad happened in his room. Have you seen you helped clean it off the wall? We know that.
This here, what you're talking about is completely irrelevant. About the whole thinking bad, whatever.
Tell me about, if it's irrelevant, Letitia, help me. Because there's a big blood pool in the corner, there's spray on the wall.
Because if I tell you anything about any of that, all you're going to say to me is, hey,
if you didn't do it, no, I will be your advocate. Because why do we know each other?
No, but
why would I care? If you didn't do it and it helps me find Gannon?
I didn't do it.
Okay, well then help me find out who did it.
Who did what?
That to Gannon in his room.
Done what to Gannon in his room?
There's a pool of blood in the corner.
Okay.
That's Gannon's blood.
Okay, so you're saying, now this is where I have a hard time knowing whether to be like, okay, trust you or not, right? You're saying there's a pool of blood. Albert said saucer size, because I'm sure you had him say all this, because I'm sure you were there, or whatever. Okay, in his room, and you said something about, what'd you say? Then, if that's your whatever, your expert advice or whatever, okay, then where do you think that I had any involvement with Gannon, and where did he go? That's where it has to click at some point.
And that's what I listened to you do that to Al, to where you're making him guess what happened to Gannon.
I don't want him to guess.
Well, no, you're asking me to guess.
No, I was asking the question, sir. I wasn't trying to get you. I was just saying in general, asking the question. I want help with people understanding. I tried to give any insight, help, clue, anything, but I can't because they know my daughter, everyone, my family, the mom, everyone. And you can think that.
But right now, Letitia, I mean, you can go down that road, but it's not going to save you in court. Because you're the last adult living. And nobody else, just let me try to protect you. I'm not trying to hurt you here. This is actually protecting you. If you don't tell us where to go investigate, then nobody's going to investigate for you. You're the last adult living. You told a lot of lies about all these injuries.
Not to you. I didn't tell lies to you or to any police officer.
Did a sex assault happen in the house?
I didn't tell any lies to you or a police officer.
So we don't have anybody to chase though if we don't chase you. Do you understand?
But if you chase me, okay, and you do this to me, people are protected because you guys aren't going to protect everybody. People are protected.
We can protect people. We can protect you, family, if this is involved. Now, I've worked South American death groups. I've worked gangsters. I've worked organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
None of that stuff rings true with what happened here. I mean, how is a very organized gang going to come into a house in Colorado Springs?
Who said it? A house? Why does it have to be in the house? See,
That's where he
you're
last was.
Oh.
Are you going to make me guess where he was then?
No, I'm telling you, you're not going to listen to me. You already just said the last was in the house.
But you're going back to what you care what I think. You shouldn't care what I think.
I do care what you think. You want to know why? Because I care about how people think of me, because I am not that kind of person. That's why.
And if you can point me to a different person, then I can help you.
I gave him.
So it stopped at 1:56:26. When the discussion about the riding the bike and Quincy Brown came up, she stopped you and said, basically she gives a description of, she was just saying that to Al. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Was that her basically admitting that what she had told in that particular story, that Quincy Brown, that whole thing was not true?
Correct.
What about the portion of the discussion where you point out that, are you trying to make Al guess? Are you trying to make me guess? What was your intent of making that distinction there, and what were you trying to get to?
Well, I had asked her a question about the blood in the bedroom, trying to get her to explain that to me. And instead, she posed the question to me that if she was responsible, where was Gannon? It's an open-ended question that only she knew. And as I told Letitia, I had seen her do this to Al. I'd heard her do it to Al while we were in the room multiple times. When it's a direct question, we need an answer, or I needed one for the blood, and instead she's asking me where Gannon is, and she knows that I don't know the answer.
Did it appear from your perspective that was intentionally trying to not give you information as to what happened in the room, or to Gannon?
Yes, both.
Did you confront her with web searches that were done on her phone?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to that portion of the interview, and this is 1 hour, 56 minutes and 52 seconds through 2 hours and 10 seconds.
As you know, in here, I even have what you entered in your phone. The stuff that you've entered and deleted. Like, blood is spurting from an arterial bleed, direct pressure not controlling.
Do what? I didn't look this up.
It's from your phone.
Blood is what?
Spurting from an arterial bleed.
No.
Somebody did from your phone. I don't like my stepson.
No.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce? Stalk cheating. I'll stalk Instagram. I'll stalk cheating in Colorado Springs. Catch I'll stalk cheating. How to get blood out of sheep.
Out of sheep?
Mm-hmm. I want immunity.
The blood out of sheets was because we always had, always nosebleeds. If I ever looked at blood out of sheets, it was nosebleeds.
And I figured it might be something.
I didn't ever look up anything about an artery or something unless it went from something else.
It's on your phone.
And I never looked up anything about my stepson unless someone else did it.
The reason I brought up gangs is you looked up, I want immunity because it was gang related. And this sounds like, find me a new husband, find me a rich guy who wants to take care of his kids.
The new husband is just because Albert already knew that was about the lady Debbie Sherrill who wanted to find a new husband after 35 or something. He picked me about Amazon.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it. Can I spray paint wood?
Spray paint wood? Well, we always sprayed wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh
you.
yes, because I wanted them to be mine. Like
What about it?
me to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letitia and traffic accident, hit and run.
I didn't hit anybody.
No? What was that?
What date was it?
I don't have a date on these. I was downloading stuff as I was coming on the plane.
Yeah, no.
My husband wants a divorce. My husband wants a baby, but I want an abortion. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently, which I get that. Parenting should be for people, not one. Suppose a suicidal person might say. I mean, these make me very sad when I read them because I can see you're doing all the work at home by yourself.
Which I wanted to be there. Like, I wanted to totally have the kids as my children. That's the point you're not getting. Like, I wanted those kids to be saying to me that I'm their mom.
Yeah.
Like, I am the person who does it, cares for them, loves them, everything. So you can think that.
What do you do if you suspect a person swallowed poison? Did somebody actually swallow poison?
Poison? I don't know. I always click things and read them.
Did somebody swallow it?
No one swallowed any poison.
You will never forgive me and treat me like a princess. You'll never know when it's too late.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always search for things when Albert.
So in that particular portion, you mentioned the immunity. Was there a particular phone calls during the consensual recorded phone calls process where she was also saying the same thing to Al in those phone calls?
Yes, there was. It was one of the earlier phone calls I was involved in.
Did you ask her to describe what injuries Gannon suffered a little bit later after this?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to timestamp 2 hours and 50 seconds. And play through 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 55 seconds.
Everything.
If you're not willing to go with who took Gannon, can you at least tell me what injuries he suffered? The true ones? As far as the cut foot, was that a legit injury?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
Oh, he was outside in the garage, and when he was outside in the garage, he was running to go help me take the trash, take the trash out, come back and help me get stuff out of the car, and then he stepped on something, which I left the blood there. Like, I left it, like, because Albert said, don't touch that fine wood or African wood, whatever kind of wood it was.
What did the piece of wood look like? Okay. And it's still there in the garage?
I had to drive over them all the time. Like, I always had to drive over the pieces of wood.
Right. But
Right.
You didn't take that out of the garage?
It's too big. You couldn't fit it in anything. You couldn't fit the pieces. The long boards that were in the garage, you could not fit. I left. Okay, so there was the piece of board that I threw in the back of our truck. And then there was the 2 long boards that were sitting there. So the board that was about like this size and the board that was the long boards that were sitting here. I left the long boards because that was supposed to be the fancy wood and I didn't want to avoid or trying to get the blood off of it. The other piece of wood was the wood that I threw in the back of Albert's truck.
And what was that?
There was a bunch of pieces that were laying around that from that night, from us running through there. It was like little pieces. There was a piece about this size, maybe a couple pieces. But that
You threw it in the back of the truck? That bigger piece?
You said bigger like this. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pink wood. Like, I knew it was not the wood that he would be freaking out over. So from Sunday, he did hurt his foot from Sunday.
And how badly was it bleeding?
It wasn't. I say Sunday, Saturday, I'm sorry. From Saturday. Albert had just left, like, to drive to the airport. He wasn't even gone long.
Mm-hmm.
He had just left to drive to the airport.
Okay.
And
So did it require a Band-Aid? Or?
Whenever he always does something, he tries to be like, he's not like laying over, he's like, oh, I need a Band-Aid or whatever. Gannon would literally walk around with toilet paper in the middle of his toe, and it would have blood or whatever, and just run everywhere to his room or whatever.
Yeah. So what did you do on this occasion?
We literally took the paper towel, that's why I just told you about the toe, and put in between.
So it was in between his toes is where the injury
No,
was?
it was like wrapped here.
Okay.
We had it wrapped. And I don't remember if we got a Band-Aid, to be honest. This is what, and
So that doesn't sound like a big injury.
well, it wasn't, I mean, there was a big injury. I left it on the wood because I said, I'm not going to clean his fine African wood.
What did it look like on the wood? Drops, streaks?
Well, what I did originally was I was trying to take water to do it, but then I realized if I put cleaner, then that wouldn't do anything but cause the wood to damage, because Albert always wanted to build things with all the wood that we bought.
Oh, sorry.
And if I use those pieces of wood and all that stuff, you know.
Did you ever use that shop vac to clean up anything out there?
No, I never used the shop vac. The shop vac was never, I couldn't even like move anything with the shop. Anything that would have been used with the shop vac would have been Albert, other than the times that we brought it, which would have been weeks ago, and we did spring cleaning or fall cleaning around the house, in the corners. So that would have been the shop vac. There was nothing I ever did and vacuumed up something with a shop vac.
Right,
Like,
that helps me. I'm
you
just
know,
asking.
like any of that.
Right.
There none of that ever happened.
So the burns on the arms weren't that bad. The cut on the toe or the bottom of the foot wasn't that
And
bad.
we still were able to go hiking. He was able to still go
Right.
hiking. It was bleeding on the board.
But not after that, not over the house, that sort of thing.
Well, he had the piece of paper and went down to his room.
Yeah.
Like wrapped around his foot. So, I mean, if anything, there could have been drops of blood or something. No.
What about the wound to the head that you talked to Al about?
So Albert was like trying to get me to say whatever, because I'm sure you guys are having to do that. I just that's what he was doing. So Albert was trying to get me to say that, like talk to him about, you know, like or you know, whatever. So I threw out some stories to Albert because he was making me so upset, just like everyone not understanding that intervention for there's someone intervening in this. And that's where people didn't understand and want to say anything. So I just started rambling stuff to Albert. And I even said to you guys, hey, I know you're listening. You know, and it was just to be whatever.
But do you know what that sounds like, though, to a dad who's whipping a kid? And then you say, and a previous head wound happened to where it was blood running down his face and that sort of thing. And it, you know, had to bandage it up. And
Well, I don't remember saying anything about bandaging up.
I think you said Quincy Brown tried to bandage it up.
Oh, because he was making me mad about something, yeah. I was going to say, I don't remember me saying I did that.
So he did suffer a head wound, though. We know.
Head?
Yes. Head or neck.
Okay.
And that is what caused the blood there. And so even if you choose not to tell us where Gannon is today because you're too nervous or whatever else, we would like to know where that was on him. So if we find him on our own, if you've given me the clues to go find him, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that wound?
Gannon is alive.
He's alive, fine, but where was that wound? Was it his neck or his head?
I don't know anything about a neck or head.
Well, you had to clean up the wall. You went ahead.
That was not, that is not even from what you're talking about there had nothing to do with anything from Saturday, Sunday, and whatever. That had nothing to do with any of it.
How could it not?
It did
there
not.
was a lot of blood.
It did
And
not.
You're going to have to explain that.
Sir, it did not.
Well, just tell me how.
It did not. I promise
But
you.
you're not going to tell me how. So where we can help you with it.
You're not going to help me, though.
How could I not help you? How are you going to get up, Letitia, on the stand after telling all these stories, which we're going to ask you about, and then say, I can explain all that, and it's some party that I never told law enforcement to go chase? If Gannon is alive, we have an 11-year-old kid somewhere being held against his will, and you're not telling us. You might as well have done this yourself. That's why I'm saying...
Let me hold you again. I'll right there. I'll just put it
It's
there.
fine.
Hey,
So I've paused it at 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 55 seconds. What did she write down in your notebook?
I just remembered the first part, that the head wound was on Saturday.
You remember it saying, and had nothing to do with this?
Words to that effect, yes.
What was your take on that? That instead of saying it on the camera, she wanted to write it down in your notebook?
Well, whether it's by now, whether it's the argument that she didn't want to talk about the burns, and even calling Gannon in as absent. I wasn't pushing her. I would give her the opportunity to talk, and then she would not talk, so I would move on. And now that we're to the blood and what happened in the room, I think it was too difficult for her to say it out loud with the head wound.
When she's going over the wound to the head, and then she actually says she just started throwing out stories because Al was making me mad. You remember
Yeah,
that
I do.
portion? What were your thoughts on that particular part of the interview?
Well, that was consistent with what she was telling Al on the phone calls. And Al would continue to push her like, we need to find Gannon. And then she would say, what about our relationship? So she would move from finding out what happened to Gannon to her feelings. And that's what she was doing here again.
Is this also an example of her blaming others for her behavior?
Yes.
Did you ask her about blood being found in the back of her Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to play that portion next. And Judge, just as I'm watching the time, is there a time that you want me to shoot for a break?
3:10,
Okay,
something like that.
I'll just watch the clock on that.
All right.
This next section picks up from here and goes through 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 57 seconds.
About the blood in the back of the Tiguan.
Tiguan?
Mm-hmm.
The only blood would have been in the back of Tito when we opened the car up. In the car, we were sitting there to do his foot. There's nothing to do with this.
There's too much to be
No.
told.
No. No, sir. That is absolutely not true. That was where we were sitting on the back of the car when we were unloading the stuff. We were sitting in the back of the car. There is no, no, sir. Mm-mm.
There's plenty in the garage, so.
But there was nothing in the garage. There was plenty of times that everybody worked in the garage. Had nothing to do with.
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you, what you're asking me was completely, totally different than anything has to do with.
Do you know what this looks like? Say you're telling me the truth. Again, please don't care what I think. Say you're telling me the truth right now. That Saturday had nothing to do with him disappearing and being gone for over a month. Do you know what that looks like for you?
It looks like I am in the middle of a situation and I need help getting out.
But you're not willing to tell me how to help you. So now you're saying that Gannon had a really bad head wound on Saturday.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The head thing was Saturday,
Right.
and
I was
the
saying,
amount of blood
no,
there?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're talking about completely different than what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't look any better for you because now you haven't told Al that he has a head wound. You haven't called the hospital.
It wasn't like that. It was
Well,
not. What
then you have to tell me. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but
It's not what it was like, sir. It's not. It had nothing to do with me. It's not what it was like, sir. Okay.
So in that particular portion where you're asking about the blood on the Tiguan, had you been made aware of when she showed up to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for an interview and the condition of her car?
Yes.
What information did you know about that?
But the car had been washed.
Did you ask her if someone else injured Gannon during this
Yes.
interview? Okay. We're going to jump to that portion. It picks up here and goes through 2 hours and 20 minutes and 06 seconds.
someone else injured him on Saturday. That's an easy question. You don't even have to tell me a name. Did someone else injure him on Saturday?
I wanted to be friends because I didn't have friends. Okay. So I wanted to be friends. Albert ever tell you about any of these apps we had to go on? See, that's where this is going to be whatever, because you're not going to take my version and my side of
Right,
what really happened.
Letitia, let me stop. If you help us, I will take whatever version you tell me, and I will actually plead it. That's all I do is I don't chase. I am wrong most of the time.
Do you have a way to pull up apps? Do you have a way to pull up the stuff on apps? Do you have that?
We can do that while you're here, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, you said you have this.
Yes, we have ways to pull up apps.
Okay.
What app?
How do you have ways to pull up apps?
We have technical people. I'm not a tech person, but we have plenty of tech people that are super smart to do it. If you tell me what to do, we can do that while we're talking, take a break, you can go to the restroom, whatever else. We can solve this thing right now.
Why come I just can't talk to you without a bunch of people watching me?
Then we can talk right now.
Yeah, but come on, there's people here.
Yeah. What do you want me to, you tell me what you want to do and I will have you.
I want to talk to you to tell you about leading up to anything. I want to talk to you because I want you to find Gannon, and I believe in all my heart you will help me. Not lie to me.
I will help you.
Not try to say, oh, you're telling the story and throw me somewhere. Okay.
So is he alive?
Let me finish this and I'll answer the question. I understand what you're saying about federal versus local, whatever. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to want to talk to you is that I don't want anything said before held against me if I provide you with 100% the truth to help you.
That'll work. This is the first time we're talking and it's for a reason. You haven't talked to the feds yet.
Right. So if I can, I don't want to be sitting here with all these people watching because I want you to listen at exactly what happened and go from there. Okay?
Okay.
And that's not, I know you're trained to do this and interrogate people and all this. I want nothing more than for Gannon to be okay. That's all I want. I promise you. That's all I want.
Mm-hmm.
It. And I will take whatever resources, whatever help you want me to go do, even if it means take myself in the middle of somewhere where someone wants me to go to get him. Make sure he's okay. I would do it. Because I love Gannon. And I love my family. And I love the ground that everybody walks on. Albert, Harley, Lena, Gannon. That is my family.
So,
I know in the end, you might think you got whatever by this and forensics and whatever. And I'm not arguing any of that. Very smart to know that you're a smart man and not stupid. But I need the help, the resources to not be attacked anymore. To know that something on the stupid app was a silly mistake. Okay?
so you brought someone in.
So I'm not,
I know, I get it. So, I'm representing law enforcement from Colorado. Okay. And if you tell me something, even though, you know, we've started a recording now, or whatever else, and if you say we won't talk unless we turn off the recording, that can happen, but I'm going to pull in all those resources.
No, I want you to pull in resources. I'm not denying you to say pull in the resources. I'm looking at you from mother to a father. I have been scared because I don't know what's going to happen, not with because I did something. I wouldn't have told you that there was people, random people intervention or all these things if there wouldn't have been. Okay? I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have easily just been like, hey, if there was truly what you guys had thought about, I don't think you intentionally done it, there was an accident, common sense, well enough to know, pick up the phone and say an accident happened. I'm not stupid, okay? Might be freaking out because I don't know how to get this help, but I'm not stupid, okay? And that's looking you dead in the eye to tell you, I did not hurt Gannon at all, okay? Swear to you. So if you're willing to give me the opportunity to talk to you, I don't want to be like watched by people. I don't want to be, whatever.
This is a separate recorder. This is mine.
Right. And so does the Myrtle Beach house.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Right. But I need the help.
You'll get the help.
Okay.
All we're focusing on is finding the help.
Okay. And that's what I want. I don't want to look at you look at me like I'm just this bad person who doesn't want to find our child. That's not it. I just don't, when it came at me as an attack, okay, because that's what originally happened, okay, and I get it. They have to do their job, and guess what? They're probably parents too, right? So they have to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get that part. Okay. You can ask me about any of these, whatever. I'm sure it was something I saw somewhere, and I don't never looked up anything about some stepchild. I've looked up how I haven't got help, and how I wanted help, and how I wanted to be the person that they always were. Why I didn't even want them to go home. I didn't even want them to have to go to their mother at all, because I had to see the pain and agony out of it, worry. So you're going to take my character based upon
No, I'm not.
whatever.
This is part. Listen, when a kid goes missing, we don't only look at the person, we look at the entire neighborhood,
Right.
we go through people, closets,
Right.
we go, everybody's lives is
Right.
turned upside down.
And I'll tell you right now, if any of this is since then, of course I've looked at what people said. If people said something about the FBI, I Googled
But
FBI.
You worry too much about what we think. If you will get us there, we can protect you.
Okay, so then I talk to you. And I don't talk to Myrtle Beach Police Department and all these other people. I talk to you and I explain to you. Okay? Because you already saying you are charging me with something.
It's already been
Okay,
charged.
that's what I'm saying. You're already saying that. Okay? So how do I know that when I give you this here information?
But that's what this recording does. It protects you because I've already told you we will do this. We used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand it. There's nothing against Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on it.
Okay, well,
If someone else took Gannon,
if everyone
we can
else is
find
in
it.
here, I don't like that. I want to be able to have an emotional, raw conversation.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are sitting here.
Nobody's sitting there.
Okay, someone's watching from there.
They are in the other room. It's the
Okay.
district attorney. Do you want me to tell them they can't watch?
No, I want to talk to someone in a raw, real conversation that you can see truly in my heart the situation. That's what I want.
That's what this is.
No, it's not the.
But how can I make
Who is
it
it?
that
The district
decision?
attorney from Colorado?
Yes.
Yeah, see? Come on.
I can ask them to leave the room.
No, it's not about leaving the room. It's about I'm asking for, instead of going through all, this, whatever, sitting here wasting our time or whatever, I'm asking just to talk to me. Because I'm taking your word that you're going to help me and you're going to provide the resources from wherever you said you have them.
Before I do that,
So in this portion of the interview, starts out with you asking her about, did somebody else injure Gannon? And then she went on the discussion about apps. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you asked her to give the name of the app. And then it led to that long tangent. Was that another distraction attempt away from potentially things that may help?
Misdirection, yes.
Did you ask her about trips that she may have made to Palmer Lake area, so northern El Paso County?
I did.
So we're going to watch that next, and this is short. It's from 2 hours, 20 minutes and 10 seconds through 2 hours, 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
let me ask you some questions, okay? because this is our investigation.
Right.
You're taking all these trips up to Palmer Lake, multiple trips, different cars, renting a car.
Okay.
How are you not involved in this?
First off, I didn't ever get the drive to rental car anywhere because immediately once we, let me go ahead and correct on this now. Once we got the rental car or whatever, the National Guard was there. Everybody was in the house. We went in Albert's truck the whole entire day going to Come and Go and all these places. So I never drove the rental car anywhere. And it's already been corrected from budget about the rental car situation. I had to get that corrected yesterday. I never even drove it anywhere because I didn't get to. So whatever GPS you get from the rental car, it never was driven by me anywhere but literally up the street back. I didn't hardly drive it anywhere. So there was no rental car driven to any kind of places at all. The only time I went anywhere in the rental car might have been maybe 40, 50 miles. I don't know, no more than 100 miles, counting there and back. And that was just driving it through the day because I went back to get my car.
But
What information did you have about rental cars when you were asking that question?
We had that on the day Al returned back in town, which I believe was Tuesday. The Tiguan had been parked at the airport, and Letitia had rented a car for that day leading into the next day. But then she'd actually came back and picked up the Tiguan Tuesday night. I don't remember or not if I had the mileage. She is correct here, and she drove it between 50 and 100 miles. I think it was about 70 miles. It came back that the rental car was driven. And like she said correctly, you could see the level of detail here. I believe she's being honest. And it probably was not driven up to Palmer Lake. So, yeah, it was factually correct what she was saying.
Were you aware of her having access to any other rental cars during the early days of this investigation?
Yes.
Like the Nissan Altima?
Yes, I believe her Tiguan was seized, and then after that, she rented the Nissan.
A relative rented the Nissan? We've got that in evidence. That's
Okay.
came from a different witness. But also, did you later learn that she also had access to two different types of rental vans?
Yes, I learned that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a discussion about PetSmart / Petco that leads into a discussion about blood on the walls and on her shoes and that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right, we're going to jump to 2 hours, 24 minutes and 51 seconds and play through 2 hours and 28 minutes and 5 seconds.
because everything that I've looked at in this case, when you see the blood spatter on the wall, you see a big pool in the corner.
Okay.
You see your shoes that we collected with Gannon's blood on the
Okay.
bottom of them.
Okay.
And then you point to Eduardo, who doesn't exist, or maybe he did exist, and we don't have a last name.
Okay.
Then you point to Quincy Brown, and then you say Uncle Matt, these names and stuff, and it's like, I've seen it before, and that was Harold. That was.
But I'm not Harold.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying this is my experience.
Right. I got you.
I'm not saying you are, but it didn't go well for him because his attorney got up. He's one of the best attorneys in Colorado. He cost $600,000. Greg Truman, and he started
Paid $600,000. Okay.
with his dead wife's money. And Greg got up and said, Harold is not a murderer, but he is a liar.
Right.
And that's what I was worried about when I first got the case, because they asked me to come in and work that case because I had worked other cases like it. And Harold's just sitting there all confident and whatever else. Please don't say this is you. I'm just saying this is my experience, because Harold told all these different stories. But when you start out with your defense attorney saying, my client is a liar, he's just making up crap. That's to the victim's family on how Tony died. That's to his friends at church. And all of them got up and testified. These are the different ways Tony died.
But again, it's not good.
But he might be today. You don't know that if someone is willing, if this, whether it's related or not, the head thing, if someone's willing to hold a kid for 30 days, how are they not willing to kill him?
Can I ask you something, or can I say something?
Yes.
even if the scenario would have been me just going to go talk to the lady here and telling them, hey, this is what happened. This is who did it. I know that he was hurt by someone. You know what the next question you're going to say to me? Who was this person? And all I'd say to you was, well, can you help me figure it out from this app? Or can you help me figure it out from this? And you know what you would say to me? Oh, yeah, sure. Right? That's exactly what you would say to me. So finding unless I can take you directly to where Gannon is, safe and sound, that is the only way that you're going to be like, oh, okay, she was telling the truth about something.
So this person is telling you that he's safe.
So that's the only thing. I've even asked y'all, or I say y'all again, I mean, you're
I get it.
okay, hey, please help. Why isn't there a word? Please, please, please. You're not understanding. Like, I have begged that completely. Like, day in and day out. Begged it. Begged it to let me.
I still don't understand.
So in this discussion where you're trying to find information about how could there be blood in these places and on walls and Eduardo and Quincy and all that kind of thing, is this consistent approach from her in that she then doesn't want to give you any answers?
Yes.
When either in the recorded consensual phone calls with Mr. Stauch or this interview, did she ever give you any explanation like, you know what, I just woke up and Gannon was hurt and I don't know what happened?
No.
Did she ever say that she blacked out and Gannon was just gone and didn't know what happened?
She said once that her head was hit and she was unconscious during part of this period, but not that she didn't know what happened.
Okay. Did she ever say she woke up in some other place and didn't know what happened?
No.
Some point, there's been a couple of references now where she's wanting to go off camera, and she does it here again as well. Some point, does one of the DAs that was with you out in South Carolina actually come into the room and have a discussion with her about going off camera?
Yes.
Was that Martha McKinney?
Yes, it was.
Who was the other DA that was with you out in South Carolina? Do you remember?
I don't.
Was it the young lady sitting here with us, Angelina
Yep.
Gratiano?
Hi.
She look familiar?
Yes, she does.
I'm going to jump to that section. So jumping to 2 hours, 34 minutes and 20 seconds through 2 hours, 44 minutes and 54 seconds. And before I jump, as I'm typing in that timestamp to get to that exact point, is it shortly after this where you actually leave the room for a little while and have a discussion about, can we do this off-camera thing?
Yes.
And when you did that, was that leaving her in the room, the defendant in that same room by herself for some period of time?
Correct.
Did she do anything unusual inside the room during that time?
I recall.
Starts talking in Spanish or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So we're at 2:34:20 and I'm going to play through 2:44:54.
Sounds about like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is, Judge.
And Mr. Gruesing, you can step down again.
Thank you.
I think going forward, how many more of these do you have to play?
Well, the whole thing, like I've told you before, Judge, is
Well, let me rephrase let me give you some guidance. I think if it's going to be longer than about 10 minutes, Mr. Gruesing can step down.
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I can just make notes of when they're going to be longer like that. And then this should get us to about 3:10, Judge. So
Okay.
maybe we can take the break right after this one.
I'm with the district attorney about this.
Just so you know, I looked behind there. This place is under construction. There's no one back. I can walk you back there if you want to look.
Oh, no, I believe you. I'm just talking about all these people watching.
Yeah. And Martha's been watching
Yeah.
I have, yeah. John said you wanted to talk to me?
about protection.
So I don't have any trust in anyone. Obviously, I know I've told him that I said things to Albert because I was not or whatever. But how do I know that I'm gonna get help. Like, because I didn't hurt you at all. But I need the help to figure out how we're gonna get through.
Let me read you what she wrote. Or I'll just show it to you.
And I know it's Saturday, I probably
I had things Saturday and had nothing to do with checking the phone and this was fun. So we do have your phone, and we have gone through, like, these are keystrokes.
right. I'm talking
So-
about like it's a thing when you download it.
Did you have a different phone beside the one that was in your van?
Hmm?
Did you have another phone, like the second phone?
Yeah. No. It's the same phone.
It's the same phone?
Yeah. No, not the same phone. You guys have the phone. That was just the real phone.
Okay,
Yeah.
but at this time, but
Yeah. I'm saying
disappeared.
that's the same. The 843 is the 655 number.
But you didn't have a second one that this app might be on.
No. I only have this phone.
So, and let me explain, Martha. My understanding of what Letitia's asking is, how does she know, since I've said, if there's a bad guy or guys out there that did this to Gannon, that she can tell us where these guys are, and she's concerned for not only her safety, but the safety of her family.
Right.
And how can
See,
she...
I say, would I trade my life for Gannon? And I said yes, but I said it's also other people. Like, how do I know that everyone else is not going to be? And how do I know that you guys aren't just trying to be like, whatever, if I walk you through anything or can help you with anything, I don't want to be just thrown somewhere, like being like, okay, well, you didn't tell me this, and I want to be able to help you and work together because I'm sure you have kids or grandkids or whatever. I do. I don't want to sound like I'm cold-hearted, and I'm just tired of being like the person chased instead of being able to have someone that actually have compassion to help me.
Well, I was a little bit confused when I was watching it because John talked about how they're the FBI and they're the premier law enforcement agency that could protect you, could protect your entire family. And they, if Gannon's alive,
Okay.
I can't make you any promises.
Right.
Because obviously there's a lot of information that you have that we don't.
Okay.
So there aren't any promises. I can't come in here and promise you anything regarding the court case or the arrest warrant or your involvement.
Okay.
But I can tell you what the number one priority is.
Right.
And it's to find Gannon.
Right.
And so if you were talking to some small law enforcement agency and they said, sure, we'll protect you, I mean, I can see how you would be suspicious of that.
Well, you guys are the lead agency. That's why I was
That's
asking.
it. Yeah, I mean, they're the most elite agency there is.
Oh, okay.
And so if there was a time for you to feel like that you could protect
That reporter, we can.
Because I know you have yours. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
there's a backup.
So if you want the recording turned off, you need to tell us really explicitly that that's your choice. Because the recording have been put into law so that there's not a debate where he says you said one thing and you said I didn't, right? So it's to protect the person being interviewed.
Right.
But if it's something that you...
It's not that I'm trying to, I just don't, it's just I wanted to have like a conversation with
Right.
him, just him, and try to explain to him in complete detail about everything because I do want this, I want the help to the next level to find out where he is. I really do. You guys have looked, you went to GPSs and all this, but you haven't found Ian because you're coming after me. And I understand you're going to say, well, this is what we have to go on, and I respect that totally. But it was the first time I ever get to sit down with people to actually to say, okay, this is what happened. This is what I know. Please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, because see, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. So do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? I don't want to waste time.
And if there's a chance it can be saved, everybody wants that information. But the only people who can save them are the FBI. I don't want you to think that this is being broadcast to the whole world.
Right.
You know, there's another DA with me. There's no Pasco County person.
Right.
And they're the ones, what, the reason that we do that also is I might miss something, and I probably do. And so then I can go talk to him and say, what am I missing?
Right.
And then also it protects you, because if I make a promise that I can't deliver on with the FBI, then Martha gets to hear it, and then she would knock on the door.
But as soon as I give you information, what's going to happen is someone's going to say, well, you were involved with this person. You were cheating with this person. You were doing this. I'm just giving you scenarios.
But that's a lot better situation than you're in right
but
now.
what if I wasn't? That's my thing. And that's where the burden of proof, I can't depend my life on the burden of proof to be involved with just someone thinking that I'm just a bad person. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
There aren't any promises I can make you right now. I can tell you that we're looking for the truth. And it seemed to me from listening to it that you had information, but I can't make you any promises.
But what I'm saying is, if you're saying to me, I have information, you're going to come and say, well, you should have given this information when I did nothing but attack.
But
that's what I'm saying.
You
see what I'm saying?
You can't armchair quarterback yourself, though. You know what I'm saying? You can't look into the future and say, well, we're going to say this because you said that. If what Martha and I are saying are true, and that our only focus is Gannon, we don't care who leads us there, we just need Gannon, then you are protecting yourself by telling us this. If you never give us this information, then you don't protect yourself. And then we have one person to prosecute for Gannon.
When our focus is who took him and who hurt him, not with when people came forward with information.
How do I know that? Because that's my biggest thing. I know you're saying that, but like whatever I can do to help, I can help you. But I'm saying, how do I know that if, let's just say it's whatever, I tell you a specific person, okay? Let's just say that, okay? Then my thing is, well, your thing is going to be like, well, you held this information from me and I'm having to utilize my resources, okay, and do all those things, not understanding that maybe sometimes there are people who are afraid of any other things going on.
Every day in my work, there are people who report things later than some people think they should. Every day. And we try to focus on the violent crime. And we certainly try to focus on the kids. I know that you want assurances and you want me to be able to say, you know, I will or won't do this. And I can't make you promises because I'm in the dark. Right? It would be foolish for me to make you promises, but I have people who late report sex assault all the time. We have people who come forward years later. Our interest is in the truth about the crime. This is really all conversation I have. And I know that you wanted to have a frank conversation with them where you could really tell them. But unless you need me, I'm going to step out.
But you're still going back in the room.
Would you
Unless
like
you
us to
turn it
turn
off.
it off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we'll turn it off.
How do I know that? Not that I don't want you to do
No.
anything. I want to be able to like really talk to him. Know that I can sincerely see in your heart you're going to help me.
I can bring you back there and you can see us turn it off. But the truth is, I could just turn it back on again.
I know.
I mean, there's a point where no one can verify everything you want.
Well, plus, that's her life. She has to tell the truth, just like I do you, when you don't want her to listen to you. You kind of have to look at logic here.
Okay.
I don't think Martha would throw away.
I don't want you to know. I want you to have all the information.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
it.
So are you okay with the reporting continuing? We just won't be monitoring.
No, I don't. He said that we
You
wouldn't.
wanted to turn off?
He said I could just talk to him.
Okay. So we're just going to turn off the recording, and that's your choice. That's
Okay.
what you want, right?
Yes.
And so he controls the turning it off from here, or are they?
No, you'll have to ask.
Okay, I'll have to.
Find someone.
And so it's just going to get turned off,
Okay.
And then once it's done, then I'll come back out and we'll turn it back on.
and it'll be a conversation between the two of you, and it'll be like the way law enforcement.
All right.
Anything else for me?
No.
I'm gonna go get him. Turn it on.
Do you want me to do
No.
that?
It's fine. I just.
some point, did you have a discussion with the defendant during this interview where you're talking about ransom?
Yes.
Why was that part of the discussion?
She had brought that up. I think it was on February 15th that Quincy Brown was demanding a ransom. And also, since we were talking about a group possibly having Gannon, I couldn't see another reason why someone would have him. He would still be alive without them asking for something in demand.
But why bring it up in that particular interview? Why confront her with that?
Just to change tactics a little bit and see if she will move somewhere else, really.
Okay. In that portion of the discussion, were you also talking to her about in ransom cases, kids don't actually turn out to be okay?
Yeah, and maybe I'd worked one ransom case, if that. We don't see that very often. Normally our rule is that the 24-hour rule, the 48-hour rule, the further away you get from an abduction, the less likely the child is going to survive. And so now we were at over a month.
Does that same hold true for a missing kid? So the longer you get away from the point that a kid goes missing, the chances of survival go down as well?
Correct.
Did the defendant bring up who she describes as an FBI agent named Barbara?
Yes.
What was your take on that portion of the discussion?
I did not know a Barbara who was involved, and I asked the Colorado Springs office if there was a Barbara working in the case, and they said no as well.
Okay. The next section, Judge, that I want to get into is about a 10-minute video. Do you want me to go into that, play it, and then?
Let's do that. And then
Okay.
have a break.
So preceding that, she's already sort of challenged you on, because you asked the question a particular way, that shows that she couldn't trust you as it relates to Quincy being in Mexico. Do you remember that part?
Yes.
Does she bring that up again about that's why I have a problem with trust?
Yes.
All right. And so I'm going to jump to 2 hours and 49 minutes and 1 second.
And then it happened February 5th, I think. So what happened was I got all the messages when I logged back in for my iCloud. I got all the messages that were like just sitting there. And so I took that message and I forwarded it to I sent it before and I sent it to Albert. And I said, hey, I said, can you get someone to like look into this? I said it could be just people, sending random messages, or it could be creepers, like people, whatever, being stupid, or it could be just in general, the actual person. And so no one ever said anything to me about it. Then I get the Snapchat. Okay, so that's
Let me interrupt you for a second. Leticia, there's an 11-year-old kid. Again, we have to go back there. 11-year-old kid, injuries in the house. Now we know that. Aiken. And you don't come to law enforcement?
this was a law enforcement
But no,
person.
there's no Barbara. I mean, how did you get in except through your friend? You had Amber from the FBI.
Right, but she said that she worked with the FBI and she was going to send information. She said that she worked with Amber. I swear to you, if you call Amy, you can get the number from her to find out what Barbara, who the Barbara lady was. And she was actually emailing her today.
But if you told them back then and you trusted them with that information,
this is why
why are you not today? Because
no one has helped. I tried since February 5th. The 5th. Today's March. That's why you see I had such a problem with trust. It's because
I was there when you were talking to Amber, though. That was your chance. And
to Amber.
Yeah, that's the legit FBI.
So then, is that what happened when I was talking to Amber? I got a message back from the attorney who said not to talk to you guys because you guys, A, weren't the lead agency or something like that. And then B, not to say anything else unless he was present. That was when I was trying to talk to Amber.
But why wasn't that with Barbara then?
Because I gave it to my friend Amy, who had this relationship with Barbara, like trying to check on her.
See, and again, this sounds like a lot of your calls to where you're pointing fingers in different directions, but never giving specific things.
Right, I did.
Right now, I mean, if Gannon is somewhere and you can get us there, and he sent proof of life or a picture of Gannon or whatever else. It makes no sense for some man to have an 11-year-old child.
It wasn't that. It was because we thought it was someone playing games. And if someone was playing games, we were trying to say that that person would have been like obstructing or whatever. That was the whole point. Not somebody had him and they were like, here, come here. My point was that we thought it was someone, hey, here's someone playing games. Could you find out who this person is?
Yeah, but do you see where that's going? And all your talks with Al. Those are distractions. Those take up time.
Yeah.
And Gannon's over here. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And you are misleading law enforcement.
No, I didn't mislead them.
No. Well, you're misleading anybody who would report to us.
No, I didn't mislead any of them. Who did I mislead?
With all these other stories.
That was to Albert. I wasn't misleading law
But you knew we were in the room. You
yeah,
just
because
said that.
I wouldn't have said stuff like that if I was trying to mislead. I was just being whatever to Albert because he was making me upset. That's all.
The dad of a kid is not finding his son.
Because I'm also the stepmother who helped him get the kids, and he wouldn't have gotten them without me. So yes, he wouldn't have.
You're willing to do that to Al, though.
No, I already had apologized to him and said that was awful to say that to him out of anger. I had already done that.
But before we kick this thing in motion about all this protection and whatever, why haven't you said one thing, though, today? How in the world would he suffer a head wound on Saturday that required...
I didn't say it was a head wound that required
a
anything.
head
I said
thing?
the head thing you're talking about when I said something to Albert. I said the head thing you're talking about. That's what I said.
So the bike accident thing?
You already trying... The bike accident?
No, the head thing talking to Albert.
Never mind. I'll just wait until you are ready to talk to me from beginning to the end, because I already said that is completely irrelevant to anything of what you're talking about. Completely irrelevant. I told Albert something else that was just story to be whatever to him, and it was wrong, and I already had apologized.
So
to
the
Albert.
things that you told Albert were that he was peeling these burns. Was that happening?
I'm not going to answer any more questions because you're asking me about things telling Albert out of being upset. There was nothing happening that I was telling Albert. Nothing. I was literally just saying that to Albert because I was upset for him not standing by me and was figuring this out. This had nothing to do with me wanting to purposefully do whatever or tell you guys anything. That was not what it was.
But,
it was me being upset with Albert.
Let me go back to a kid missing is about as bad as it gets.
Oh, yeah.
I had a bank robbery 15 years ago to where a female went in the bank, she robbed the bank, she got the money, she came back to the car, and she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
She was prosecuted for that. There were guys in the car with guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but she could have gone into the bank, said, lock those doors, those guys are making me do this.
Right.
You know, yours is now, we have 30-some days of Gannon missing, and you haven't talked to one law enforcement officer to say, I know where he is and he's safe.
I never did not try to talk to you guys. I never did not. No one ever, when I felt like I was getting like a completely like bombarded by El Paso, no one ever reached out to me from FBI to like have a conversation like you did. No one ever did.
And you don't feel comfortable talking to El Paso, why?
It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking to them. I just feel like from point A to point B, they have taken this approach, and you made even a comment about Lake and about this.
Right.
Because that's the approach that they've taken, as if it's just a person who is not alive. And that bothers me because I don't want
Well, we're
anyone to
actually
take
the
that
ones,
approach.
we're the ones that told them that. And that's statistically true.
What? You statistically told what?
From Gannon's age
Mm-hmm.
and from the amount of time that he's been missing, he is most likely dead.
But what I'm saying is, as a parent, is that maybe because you're like used to saying that or something, but is that something like as a parent you would want to hear?
No. But would you rather hear a lie? Would you rather hear statistically he's probably alive? When it's about a I would say it's less than a 1% chance at this point.
But why?
Him being 11, they would have asked for something. If
But why?
kidnappings don't happen without a demand or without it being a parental deal.
Parental deal or a demand.
Yeah.
So you're saying that nothing else, nobody intervenes ever. Ever.
I've seen one other time, and again, I've worked violent crime in Denver for 20 years, a little over. And I saw one kid wander down the street. He had autism, and this was up in Brighton. And a guy took him in the house. He had him for a day. The guy was mentally disabled as well. So we had two things happening at once. We had a kid with autism who just started wandering. And then we had a developmentally delayed adult who was just playing video games with him for 24 hours. But we ended up, the public said, there. And I remember knocking on the door. He had made little blankets for the kid in there. The kid was playing video games and nothing bad had happened.
Right.
That's the exception. I've been to where kids have been dismembered, 10-year-olds.
That's awesome.
And from the blood in the house, that's what I'm thinking
That's awesome.
happened. I'm not saying he
Dismembered?
just got dismembered in the house, but there's enough blood in there that we don't think he survived.
How could you have possibly say that when you clearly began walking, leaving on Monday? See, that's
Leaving on Monday at 10, yes,
right,
correct.
right. Walking, okay,
But he comes back,
walking,
correct.
okay, walking.
Not walking well.
Totally fine. Stomach hurts, walk with like this, yeah.
But he's back at 2.
Back at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If that's what you say, then then this whole thing is even pointless to even say anything, because if you're saying back at 2, but then you're also saying something about going legs and here and there and whatever, and it's none of it is even making sense. It doesn't even make sense.
So
For
between
me,
the two Petco trips is when he disappeared then.
it doesn't make sense to me
Letitia.
to say,
So let me tell you. I've been working for 14 years with a guy named Scott Kimball. He's our informant that went around killing the girls. You remember me telling you about him before?
oh yeah,
When we first started. Not our best day, because I have dads out there who still wonder if their daughters are alive. Scott taught me one thing very well. There's only 2 people that can tell a story when someone either goes missing. Because one of these girls, Jennifer, is still missing. Like I said, we're pretty sure she's dead because it's been 14 years since anybody's seen her. But Scott told me, John, only 2 people can testify to what happened between me and Jennifer. And that's me, and that's Jennifer. And you're never going to find her.
he said that to you.
He did.
Wow.
So I've got to answer to his dad for the rest of my life. And I'll probably be answering to his dad after I retire, because Dad has my cell phone. Dad calls me on her birthday, on the day she went missing, on Father's Day.
How was he able to say that to you?
Because he's like, there's no other witnesses. So when I take a guess, and that's a guess that he came back home, that's because people that looked on the video said he probably did, or, I don't have the information you have. And I hear you do that to Al by saying, oh, so that's what you think. Well, none of us know. You know.
Because I have
That's 3 hours. Oh, wait a minute. Did I stop at a minute too early? I think I did. My eyes are getting bad. We got one more minute.
All right.
to be that way. If I don't be that way, then no one's going to help me. I didn't hurt Gannon. I didn't.
That's fine, but right now you're the only one that
didn't.
was with him.
But I didn't hurt Gannon.
But how are you going to get past these charges without help? How does that work?
Without help?
Without you telling me. Like, again, it'd be like I told you the story about Jennifer. If somebody knew where Jennifer was, and they're not telling me or Bob Markham, the
I
dad,
didn't say I knew where Gannon was.
you said you know he's okay.
No, I said as a parent, I'm never going to sit here and look at you and say, he's not okay. That's not what I'm going to do, because I didn't do this. So why would I look at you and say that? I'm dead looking at you in the eye saying, I would never as a parent say that. No way. did I ever say that. Because I love Gannon. I did not hurt Gannon.
I told,
All right, now it's really 3 hours, 1 minute and 35 seconds. In that last section, and then also in the section where the other DA was in the room, appears that defendant used misdirection again. Again, was that fairly common throughout this whole thing?
Yes, and she was very effective at doing it when we brought the district attorney in, and she couldn't promise Letitia something. That was yet just another obstacle that we had to overcome to get to the questions we were asking.
Similar to the idea that if she would put conditions out there that maybe even be difficult for you to meet?
Yeah, the witness protection, the DEA involving other federal agencies. You know, she had a very organized way of thinking about how I might not be able to do the things she's asking, and thus she might not have to answer the questions.
When the misdirection would be employed by the defendant, was it around specific points of interest in the story of what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Such as what?
Well, right now we were trying to figure out who had him to get at the identity of that. And that was where we were focused. And then instead of giving a name, she would give conditions. But looking back at the phone calls, she would do the same thing with Al. It was a condition of their relationship status first before she would give the location of Gannon.
Do you remember her making a statement right after what we just watched where she says, "I'm not the one"?
Yes.
And you then go through a description of extradition to Colorado and being in jail.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to play that next, and that starts at 3 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds through 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. I'll just play it directly from here, actually, because it's only 6 seconds later.
and most of these happen. They happen in the house with parents who love their
I
kids.
get what you're saying, okay? I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate all the work and time and dedication you put into all of these things to have this statistics. But I am not the one.
But then if you're not the
I'm not the
one,
one.
you're going, so do you know what happens from here?
What?
You go to a local holding cell.
Okay.
They hold you for 24 up to 2 weeks until you get extradited back to Colorado.
Okay.
You're in jail, Letitia. And unless you tell me that somebody else did this, you're the only one that did it.
No, I didn't do it.
But I'm telling you,
But I didn't.
but that's what would be horrible, is if someone else did this and you're going to let them skate because you're scared.
Not letting someone skate.
What could you possibly be scared of at this point?
I'm not letting. Do you think I would sit here and let someone skate if I could take you directly to the person right now? Why do you think I would need resources?
You don't need resource. Right now, what you need is that if someone took my son,
Yeah.
and I know who it is, am I going to go to jail for the rest of my life because someone else took my son?
No, absolutely not.
No. And would I be afraid of my own protection going to jail when I could be free and that person could go to jail?
Yeah,
That
but
doesn't
she
make any
just sit
sense.
there. Even if I walked you to the person, she just sit there and said, "Oh, I can't make any promises."
You can't make promises. What's it better? To go to jail for the rest of your life and hope that we find the person, or to point us to a person? If I'm in your position, it makes no sense.
Right.
What could you be scared of at this point? Reprisals?
No, the fact that you don't have. Apparently, you would have found some of this already if you would have had the resources. That's what scares me.
So stopping it at 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. After you explained the extradition, you said you're the only one that did this. Does she then use misdirection again to get you off topic and move you away from trying to press her?
Yes.
What about what's your impression of that very end where what scares me from her perspective is you would have found this if you had the resources. What's your take on that?
It's what I explained to her earlier, that she's expecting me to know answers to the questions that only she has the answers to.
Is she also, in a sense, challenging whether you even have the ability as an FBI agency to provide her the things that she's putting down as conditions?
Yes.
Did you confront her by saying, right after this, her story makes no sense?
I did.
So I'm going to jump to that section. It's 3 hours, 3 minutes and 49 seconds. And it goes through 3 hours, 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
So your story makes no sense. And what it goes back to now
Okay.
is that you can't take responsibility for what happened to Gannon.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
You can't insert someone else in here unless you're going to tell me who it is.
Okay, I didn't do anything to Gannon.
That's fine. But then you would tell me who it is if you
I
if it's
didn't
someone
do
else.
anything to Gannon.
Did he do it to himself?
Okay. I didn't do anything to
I'm
Gannon.
not asking you if you did.
I
I'm
didn't do
asking
anything to Gannon.
did Gannon do it to himself?
Do what to himself?
The head injury, the neck injury, whatever that was that caused that pool of blood down by the bottom of its bed. You know that the sheets and all that stuff, the blood seeped down in,
And what now?
the blood seeped down
And
that through that
sheets?
corner,
Sheep?
through the sheets into the mattress.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
You cleaned it up off the wall.
So wait.
There's, you know where the head of his
I
bed
don't-
was.
I don't know anything about blood and sheets, okay? I did not take any sheets and clean them.
You told Al on the phone you cleaned up the wall.
So now paused at 3 hours, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. You start to confront her about the head injury and the blood and all that sort of thing. Did she use misdirection there again, directing away from the head injury?
Yes.
What was significant about that to you?
By this point, none of my questioning was effective with her. So every time we would go to one of these and she would misdirect, the significance just was that I was going to have to change course yet again.
Again, was this happening as you're trying to dive into what actually happened to Gannon, but then she diverts over to the sheets?
Yes.
What's happening here where someone's come in and said something to you and then you're getting up to leave?
So Letitia had requested to talk to me off camera, and the police department could not turn the camera off. So they had decided to get us a separate room, and myself and Special Agent Cohen were going to speak with Letitia off camera in this other room.
And so is there a period of time where the room is just empty while you're off with the defendant in some other room?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to talk about that. And so I'm going to play it until both of you are out of the room and then we'll pause it again.
Okay. Hey, Letitia, for your request, you can leave that recorder in there. We're going to a room that doesn't record. Are you sure you don't need to go to the restroom?
I'm good.
You need anything to eat? Take your water with you just in case.
Okay.
Great.
So before we get into this off-camera discussion that you had with the defendant, that little portion where she was inside the room by just herself, What, did you see anything in there that caused you concern as to her mental faculties?
No.
Did she appear to be acting normal to you?
Yes.
Okay. This off-camera discussion, let's talk about first just the process that was undertaken here. Who was involved with it, first of all?
Well, Myrtle Beach arranged for us to have another room to talk with her in. I believe chairs were already put out. It was a lot bigger room than this one, from what I recall. And myself, I introduced, or I guess Special Agent Cohen introduced himself, and we just sat in the middle of the room to see what she had to say.
And when you say Special Agent Cohen, you're talking about the guy sitting here?
That guy, yes.
That guy? Should we call him that guy from now on? How long would you say that portion of your interaction with the defendant lasted?
I recall about 30 or 40 minutes, maybe.
Was she talking to you in that room much the same way we've been seeing in this recorded interview?
Yes. Can
you give the jury some idea as to what that means?
It was more of needing protection that I recall. The primary things I remember from this was that this person or people that she was saying was responsible for Gannon might have been associated with an app that was on her phone, and that Al had wanted Letitia to participate in a threesome, and this person that was part of the threesome might be the person responsible for Gannon's disappearance.
When you say these people, is she pointing her finger away from herself saying these people, or is she saying these people that are inside of herself?
No, it's another person, and when I say people is when she's talking to me, it sounded like a group. So I'm leaving that just kind of open, but she was referring to this threesome as like it was another female who was involved, that if we find who's in this app, we might find the person who abducted Gannon.
And when you're saying app, you're talking about, was she saying an app on a phone?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about these other people, just to be very clear, she's not, well, is she saying that these other personalities that are inside of her own self,
No.
other persons or personalities?
No.
Okay. Did she describe in that portion of your interview, this off camera, a different way in which Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was the pushing the beds together.
Okay. Did she describe that as occurring on Saturday night? So that would be January 25th.
Yes.
Do you remember her giving you any description as to her looking at and assessing that injury?
Yes. Letitia said she looked at the injury, assessed it, and said it wasn't very egregious.
Did she include specifically that it didn't even need stitches?
Yes.
Did she give a description as to where on the head that injury occurred?
I don't recall at this point.
Okay. If you saw your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on just a second. 117219. No, I'm not seeing it in this particular report, so let me come back to that in just a moment. Did she talk to you about taking a SIM card from her phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Yeah, I don't remember that either. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that one is definitely in this report that I've got in my hand right now. Before I get to that, though, were you aware from the investigation that her cell phone was seized by El Paso County Sheriff's Office on January 29th when she tried to leave the sheriff's office during her interview?
Yes,
Do you know or are you aware of cell phones having SIM cards that are in them?
correct.
And so her indication that she still had a SIM card from that phone, would that be factually possible?
It should not be.
Okay. I'm going to show you again, this is 7218. I'm sorry, 7219. SIM card sections here. This is pagination 11-7220, page 3 of 4. Look at that when you're done.
Okay,
Did that refresh your memory?
yes.
What did she say about the SIM card?
She said that it was the SIM card she had previously, but she had placed it in her friend's phone.
Okay. Did she describe getting a bunch of messages then at that time?
Yes,
Was this another distraction in your mind?
yes, it was nothing that we thought was possible. I don't even know if the investigation was able to verify it or not, because that happened after my involvement.
Okay. And then going back to that head injury issue that we were talking about earlier, where I asked if it would refresh your memory to see the report. I just didn't pick up this one page. It's 11-7218. May I approach and have him review that page? Or
Okay, go ahead.
it's this last paragraph on this page.
Thanks. Okay,
Did that refresh your memory?
it did.
Where did she describe that head injury that was caused by pushing the beds together occurring on Gannon's head?
She said it was a gash in his left temple.
Did she also give a full assessment of other injuries during this portion?
No,
Okay. Was there some discussion here about Angel and Petco?
yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
Well, we discussed Angel later, back on camera, but I remember Angel coming up as a result of this app and the threesome that happened. Is Angel was a female who may have been involved in Gannon's disappearance.
And this Angel is potentially the one that the defendant was suggesting might have been contacted for the threesome issue?
Correct.
Shortly after that portion of the discussion, do you come back on camera with the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to retrieve that page of the report from you. And jump to the next time that you're in the room, which is 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds. Is this immediately after you get out of that separate room that's not recorded, do you then discuss Angel on camera?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to watch here?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to play 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds through 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 41 seconds. Judge, this is about a 12-minute gap of time. So maybe you want Mr. Grusing to step down?
You all right? With the district attorneys and stuff, for this protection thing with Angel, we have to know last name, all that stuff, how you met her. I mean, I know you say that app and whatever, but how else do we identify Angel?
I would say just reach out, maybe.
Can you describe her?
Yeah.
What does she look like?
And she actually got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she said,
But where all have you met her? When did she come to your house? You
I
say
can't
in
give you
September?
the exact date.
And then who all did she babysit? Uh-huh. Okay.
We had a bunch of it. Quite a few people that were here.
So the messages that are coming through to your phone, the, threats or whatever they are they coming from her?
So we can get on the YouTube.
What is her Snapchat name?
I would need to have my phone.
But do you remember? Did it have her name in it? Was it a numbers?
That's why I asked for help, but he's not willing to help.
To tell you back what we talked about, but
I don't, if I'm not going to get any help, then I would have to get help. I trusted you to talk to you.
well, we went in there
I know.
and I don't know, Letitia, if it's just the way you're used to communicating
Right.
over a long period of time, but
Yeah.
when you're asked a question, you don't really answer. You kind of go in a little circle. So if I said like, where did you last see Gannon? And then you said, well, it's supposed to drop off,
Yeah.
So we're just used to asking you a question and then you tell us an answer.
Mhm.
It's just,
I just don't, I've always liked to.
So are you, that's just how you've always done for like the last, 5-10 years.
I mean, most of the time, I just felt knew that he was going to help me. Like,
It's going to look bad.
no, I'm not, that's not what I'm talking about. I was,
It's not even going to look like that. Here's what it's going to look like is that you were the last one with Gannon. Nothing on this angel thing we can't authenticate any of that. When you say it's all off camera, like with the black Impala in the parking lot, we have cameras for that whole place and we don't see you meet with anybody.
well, can you show me that so that I can show you what direction?
But you would know where it is. Where did you meet?
What direction? Because I'm not from Colorado. So I can show you. That you're talking about, what direction? Because where it would be at, then maybe you could pull if you want to pull a camera off another place. I mean, there's lots of places you could pull a camera off of. That's all I'm asking for. That's offering help.
Yeah, but Gannon goes into this car. I mean, this is the person that you trust,
I do.
right?
That's the thing. What am I supposed to do?
So then why would you go home and say that he's here, that he's now gone away? You're leading.
I never said he was here, now gone.
Well, that he was at the house. Yeah, but do you see where I'm going with that? Why would you make up that story to law enforcement? That he was going to a friend's house?
Because her nephew was a friend. I mean, I don't understand how that's a problem.
Angel's nephew was a friend. Oh, that's right, that they had played together. But did she live in your area?
Mm-hmm.
Where did she live?
The thing is, I'm country. If stuff will come through, there will be people sending stuff, saying stuff.
But the people, are they different people from Angel? I mean, are they acting on her behalf? Because that doesn't sound like a friend to me.
Obviously, if they're not helping with your child, they're not friends. But how do you think that makes them trusting people? If he doesn't make someone look like they're irresponsible. Not trusting people, trusting someone.
Do you know who tells the story from here on out? Your story?
I ask for help.
But do you know who tells the story? How this works out
Could
from
it
here?
take you to, could have openly
There is an angel. Well, just like we found Quincy Brown right away, we can find angel. But if there's not an angel, that's the last story you're going to tell law enforcement about Gannon.
Sir,
Well, but I mean, we'll be able to we'll get your warrants for the threes thing, whatever else. We'll go interview this angel. And if it's like what I think Quincy Brown is, then angel's just
you're
going
not trying to.
I will help you.
Okay. I tried to get your help. When I gave you the wrong information, I tried to get you.
But I think I can help you. How is that?
Open you something.
But
Did just like they did.
I'm happy to chase down anything you
You did just like they did.
tell Tisha, and I can. But I think that Al left you alone because he's gone to Alaska for so long, and then he's on this trip, and you're left raising Gannon, and something bad happens. I don't know if it's your fault or Gannon's, it doesn't really matter. And you panic, and you ask, was I the person talking for Al? Yes, I was. But I think the closest you came was talking about his head injury, and then, because you asked Al,
I would have, like,
no, if someone took your son, you would have called.
I did call.
You should not call the police.
Yes, I did. I called the police.
Petco, right when he was taken.
No, that's not taken. He was supposed to be playing. Like, as soon as he wasn't home, I did.
But you were supposed to meet her, what, the next morning?
No, I called immediately when at 6 o'clock at the time he was supposed to be home. I called the police. I did.
And then what did you tell her?
You already know what I told them.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't? Yes.
Because I told you, I have talked to a lot of people that are sitting in the same chair you are right now. And I've seen them, and I'm sorry if it offends you if I say story, but that's the only way you're coping with this right now.
Coping?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all cope.
Okay. Sure.
We did. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to come to the truth because it's going to be painful.
I gave you the truth. I didn't hurt him. That's the truth.
So the last truth you want to tell me,
I'm
just
not
to
going
make
to say
sure,
anything else, though.
is the angel story.
I'm not going to say anything else, though, because you didn't help me.
I will help you if you will tell me one concrete way to find Gannon.
Okay.
Letitia,
You're not trying to help me.
yes I am.
I'm not trying to help me.
You can be a hero here. You can,
I'm far from a hero,
but you can
because
be
I'm
one.
a parent.
You're a
who
parent.
did not hurt a child.
You're a parent who was left behind to deal with a stepson and stepkid.
Isn't a problem?
No, it's a problem when something like this happens in the house.
It's not a problem to take care of our children.
Then what happens?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Like, for you to say that to someone, it's hurtful. That's what's hurtful. It's not a problem to take care of children.
It's not a problem to take care of children, but bad things happen in the house all the time.
And how? No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, John, no. No.
Do you want me to walk through where all the blood was, or do you know it already?
Listen, sir, I don't.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that I did not hurt him.
How is the bottom of your shoe have
And
Gannon's
as
blood?
long as I can live with that and know that God knows I did not hurt Gannon, then I'm okay with that.
Well, you can convince yourself of that all day.
Okay.
But-
sir, that's not helping me, sir.
But is there a way for me to help you? Even if
Okay.
you're trying to convince yourself it didn't happen,
Okay.
is there some way for you to say through a third party?
Whatever you think. I don't know what else to tell you, but I did not hurt him. Did not.
Then you won't tell me who did.
Would not.
All that blood would not be in the house if Angel just
I would-
met him in a Petco.
Like that's far beyond what you're even talking about.
What is far beyond?
There's like many of times we've had blood in our house.
Do you remember the spray that was on the wall?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I've seen the markers from the spray. The spray went from the bed all the way up here. Well, you had to clean it up.
Smear?
No, it's not a smear.
Whatever.
It's a spray.
All right, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Spray. I don't know what that means.
It's called spatter.
I don't know anything about that.
So it comes from aspirated. You're going to hear all this anyway, so I'll tell you. It comes from aspirated blood.
Okay.
You know what that means?
No.
It means that he didn't accidentally do it.
Okay. Okay. Whatever, sir.
So that's what we were waiting on for the warrants, because somebody struck Gannon in the bed.
No. If
No.
someone struck Gannon in the bed,
That's
thank
what happened.
God we were all drugged then. If that's what you're saying happened.
That's what the blood.
God, we were all drugged.
Well, then can you tell me how that blood got on the wall?
Sir.
That's Gannon's blood on the wall.
Okay, well, I guess, sir, if you think you have all the answers, then
You're making me guess.
I'm not
You've got the answers.
I'm not
that
making
he
you
should.
this, sir. I'm going to be respectful to you
What
because
he said.
you offered to help me. You didn't help me, so I'm just going to sit here.
Mr. Grusin. So we've got it paused at 3 hours, 25 minutes and 41 seconds. Mr. Grusing, this continuation of the discussion about Angel, was there any indication in the investigation that somebody by the name of Angel was involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No.
At the beginning, when you asked her for her being the defendant for a description of Angel, what did she say?
She said that Angel looks a lot like herself.
Do you remember the defendant saying that she had no motive to do this?
Yes.
We're going to play that next. It's 3 hours, 26 minutes through 3 hours, 34 minutes. So about 8 minutes, Judge. I don't know if you want him to stay up for 8 minutes or not, on the stand or not.
Give me just a minute.
Okay.
Where's it? You can, it's up to you, Mr. Grusing, if you want to stay there for the 8 minutes or.
I'll go.
He's got a steps goal, I think. I've got it at 3 hours, 26 minutes and 0 seconds. So having skipped roughly 19 seconds, and then we're going to play through 3 hours, 34 minutes.
If someone presents us with evidence, then we just follow the evidence.
Okay.
Right now, you're the last person with
Okay.
Gannon.
And I don't do bad things to people. I don't.
I don't think you do bad things to people.
I don't do bad things to anyone, and I didn't do anything bad to Gannon.
I think something bad happened to Gannon, and I don't know of a way to get you to tell me about it.
Okay.
I tried through Al to get you to tell me about it. We've tried here.
Okay.
You came, and I think you have a defense mechanism. What I think your defense mechanism was, you need to go into another room, you tell us.
No, that was not no defense mechanism. I trusted you to talk to you because I thought you would
If you
help.
trusted me to talk to me, you would tell me where Gannon is right now.
I don't know.
Too. You know where he last was, and it wasn't at the pet
Okay.
code.
Okay. then.
But
Whatever
see, you can't make me guess. That's
I'm
not
not-
fair to me.
Why would I
not
keep
fair to
talking
Gannon.
if you're not going to help me?
You tell me how to help you.
I already did. I already did tell you. I told you how you could help. And
Nobody holds a kid like that.
okay, if that's what you think.
No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
if the
Sure.
sun comes up in the morning, it goes down at night every
Okay.
day. We have
Sure.
worked hundreds of these
If
things.
that's what you think. Okay. Me talking to you is not going to do anything else because all you're going to do is go think that you're going to get me to say something that I did that I didn't do.
That is not what I want.
Because I did not do anything to Gannon. Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. Why? I have no motive. None. don't have the first motive. Everything I wanted in my life, I had it. Why? Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense a lot of the time what happens inside of a house.
And sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. All I can tell you is, I don't know. No reason to. In fact, to go on the record, I had a way better relationship with Gannon than I did with Lena. Way better. So much alike. We always like the same thing. We always have problems with our stomach. We always do all these things.
Do you know that there's almost a correlation sometimes between how much you get along with someone and how bad things happen in the house? I'm telling you that.
Well, maybe bad things happen in your house.
They happen in the house a lot more than they do out in public.
Maybe bad things happen in your house. But
would it help if we showed you pictures of what we saw on the wall and by the bed? When you say nothing bad happened, you can't get around. Yes, Al, but we did not show Al that on purpose. He had to come get stuff out of the house. Mm-hmm. And he looked and saw the blood pool was about this big on the concrete.
Okay. And
that is not from a little gash like that.
Okay, and then what? And then you showed this to him, or how did he see this?
He had to come get stuff out of the house. I wasn't even there that day. After
you allowed people to stay in this house for a week.
I did not allow anybody to do anything.
Someone did.
Okay, well, that's not my call.
Okay. So
what I'm saying, though, is the wounds that you're describing to him, even when you're saying it doesn't...
Sir, I'm going to tell you now.
When you say the head thing was Saturday...
What I'm going to tell you now is people were inside of a home living, and it was not me. So maybe you can talk to whoever allowed people to live in the home. Okay? Whatever you're saying that was done extra or whatever, maybe you can talk to those people who were allowed to stay in a home during this supposedly. Okay? That's what I think. Maybe you can talk to people who were...
You're saying that the injury to Gannon happened...
I'm not saying anything except I know you're telling me this stuff. And you're saying this about, how bad these were and these things were. All I can tell you is maybe you can talk to the people that were allowed to stay in the home during this time. During this time that you have this supposed evidence, people that were allowed to stay in the home and people that were allowed to walk in and out to see it, supposedly. Okay?
So Gannon was in, all these wounds happened after he went.
I'm not saying anything other than, sir, you are telling me, you just sit here on record and telling me that Albert went inside somewhere that you were supposed to have as a supposed crime scene.
Wasn't there for that. If you want to get an answer for you about who was with him.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying for you as a professional, you would have allowed that, supposedly?
If he has to go get stuff.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure that's
as long as the scene had been processed.
Okay. Processed, sure. Okay. I'm sure that's how.
Not do that?
I'm sure that's how it works in this country. Doesn't it sound a little bit weird to you?
If the scene has been processed, no. I had a girl that was burned alive in a house in Bailey.
The thing was processed supposedly when people were still there day 1, day 2, day 3, and the thing was processed. Day 4, day 5, day 6, and the thing was processed.
You're saying that people were going in and out of the house, civilians, while they were processing the scene.
I'm asking you that because apparently you said the scene was processed, and then you want me to talk to you when I know that how shady that whole situation is. And you want me to give you answers for how shady that is. So you need to tell me in the scene that was processed, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, there was nobody going in and out. There was people living there.
Right.
Okay.
When they thought Gannon was still alive.
Okay. Living there. Okay. But you're saying the scene is processed because you, not you, but people surely were there. It's all on camera that there was crime scene people there while people were living there.
Of course, because they didn't know the severity of the scene. They just thought Gannon was ran away, like you said, to go see a neighbor.
So the point is, how am I supposed to put my trust and faith in any bit of the system like that when that was going on? How?
So you're trying to put faith in a system
where you I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm saying
if you would have told police the very first night that he was taken forcibly, everything would have been different.
That's not forcibly. Okay, I said exactly what I said, which was he didn't come back at 6 o'clock.
If you would have said other people have him and they should not have him, it would have been different. You controlled the way that law enforcement responded.
I did. So now it's my fault that they
Yes, by you
had
saying he's
people
walking
in
to
there,
play with a friend.
had people in there doing a supposed crime scene, and now you have all this stuff after you let people live there. And now you want to look at me and say something. Sir, I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
Okay, well, who did?
Did not.
Who did?
Did not. Just like all
Why
of
are
the
you-
other things.
Why are you telling me you did not? I don't care if you did or not.
I'm just
Keisha.
telling you. Yes, you do
No, I
care.
don't.
Your father, you would care.
I care about Gannon. I don't care if you did it or not.
Or I didn't. Okay?
But you're saying you did it, but that doesn't help us find you.
Okay, well, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I would not have no motive, no
I'm
reason
not asking you about
to
motive
hurt
or reason.
for a child. No reason.
Who did?
No reason.
So we paused it at 3 hours, 34 minutes, Mr. Grusin. Mr. Grusing, at the beginning, you talked to or made a statement about a defense mechanism going into the other room. What was the purpose of you saying that?
Well, defense mechanism or misdirection. I was trying to, hone in on what happened that day. And neither I nor Special Agent Cohen found her story about Angel to be credible.
This tangent that we just witnessed happening where you're trying to get her to give who hurt Gannon, right? That challenge of that. And then she's talking about the scene instead. What was your impression of that?
It was yet another attempt to knock me off my line of questioning, another misdirection. As you can see, she's very effective at doing it. And I was telling her that the whole reason that law enforcement responded like they did was based on her initial report. But as she continues to talk over me and saying that because of the way she created Gannon just being at a friend's house, now that is a problem. It's yet another big hurdle that I've got to overcome to get to what happened to Gannon.
In that last clip that we played where it's the discussion about Angel, in some respects, did she actually revert back to Gannon is with a friend and didn't come home on time?
Yes,
So reverting back to the very original story that she told the police on January 27th.
right.
That statement that she makes in this particular portion, she likes Gannon way more than Lena. You remember that?
Yes.
When you went through those searches with her earlier in the interview, did you find any, or did you recount any searches, I should say, to the defendant about involving stepdaughters or Lena specifically?
No.
In fact, you read to her some of those searches. One of them, I don't like my stepson.
Correct.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce?
Yes.
Did you ask her after this portion of the discussion about Quincy and Eduardo and the mountains?
I did.
What were you trying to get to there?
Well, as you could see with this story, it didn't take her long to get off of Angel and then divert to other people being in the house. And I wanted to just address the other stories yet again. And again, where we are at this point is we're still trying to find clues about where Gannon is. And I had already explained to her that I think the closest she came to describing Gannon's injuries was when she spoke about Quincy Brown. So I decided to go back there and give that a try.
What do you mean by that? That the closest she was to describing Gannon's true injuries was when she was talking about Quincy Brown. Tell me what you're talking about.
Well, I never saw the full autopsy of what happened to Gannon. I only heard about it secondhand. But when she was describing the head, the hands, the knees, and the blood pouring, that's the most descriptive. She had come with us meaning investigative team, even including here.
So that was the most descriptive as far as any potential injuries that she was willing to tell the investigation.
Correct.
So we're at 3 hours, 34 minutes and 50 seconds. We're going to play a 5-minute clip, 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds.
If you give me another name, I will chase that person. You tried Eduardo in the house. You tried Quincy Brown up in the mountains. Now you've tried Angel.
I never say that about a mountain.
Yes, you did. You were supposed to ride a bike
Oh,
up there in the mountains with Quincy Brown. But
I never told you that.
you said you knew I was in the room.
I didn't say I knew you. I didn't even know who you were.
FBI.
Never know who you were. I didn't never say FBI either. Not what I said.
Law enforcement.
No, I said I know someone is listening.
That's got to be us.
No, it could have been anybody. Exactly. There's no point of arguing that. You're not going to help me.
I think you could control this story by.
Sir,
Well, you are
nothing but
concerned about what other
respectful to
people
you.
think.
I've been completely respectful to you. I have talked to you. I've been respectful to you. Been kind to you. I did all these things to you because that's who I am. I was wasn't raised to be bad to people.
I don't think you're a bad person. But I think bad things happen all the time. I've seen it.
Why bad things have to happen?
Because an 11-year-old boy is not home and he's not hanging out with somebody.
Okay, sir, okay. I'm glad that you think something so bad happens all the time. I'm sorry that you have to have this food up of nothing but no compassion and all that. I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I have no reason, none, to hurt anyone in my family. None.
Can you tell me why there's blood on the bottom of your shoes?
I don't know.
The shoes they were covered in the garage.
In the garage?
Or in the top of the washer or something.
People were, did you think I didn't walk around in shoes?
With Gannon's blood on the bottom?
What's that got to do with anything?
It's
I've already told you. We were outside unloading stuff. What has that got to do with anything? We are outside unloading my car. I mean, come on. That doesn't mean somebody's a bad person and done something wrong. Yeah, sir. No. Thing like that. To hurt Gannon, innocent, loving, help me out more than any person in the household. More than Albert. More than anyone. Help me.
I'm not saying Gannon's a bad kid.
No, help me. You know how much you'd be helping me? With everything, pulling everybody else's slack. Who did it? Gannon.
And I think that's why this is so hard.
You're right. It's hard, you're right. It's hard because I didn't hurt you. To not have him helping me, that is hard. Very hard. Knowing that right now, sitting at home, Gannon knowing the situation, you know what Gannon would do? He would wait on me anything I would ask him just to make sure I was okay. Anything.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Oh, he would. Before even Albert would even do it. He would. If he was sitting here right now and needed anything from me to ask him to do anything, he would do it. So there's no intention, motive, reasoning, nothing. Again, nothing to hurt him in any kind of way. None. Nada.
You did say on the phone calls there was no premeditation involved.
Yeah.
You said,
I was saying to Albert, like he was, if you're talking about when Albert was asking me that, I was simply saying, because you were trying to get him, or whoever was trying to get him to walk me down some pathway of whatever it may be, whatever that may be. Come on, sir. I didn't wake up and be like, oh, my life changed today. That's not how it works in life. Bad people, whether you say do this or do that or do that or do this, they just do bad things
no,
to people.
it's not necessarily true.
Okay, well,
I told you good people do bad things. I've seen it.
are you a good person?
Yes.
And you do bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
But if you had any key to telling us where Gannon is, you would tell it to us if you were a good person. Would you not? And
So pausing it now at 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds. At the very beginning of this, you said, if you give me another name, we'll chase that down. Have you ever tried to go back and count the number of different versions of stories this defendant gave during the pendency of this investigation?
No, I have not.
Is it too many to count?
I just haven't sat down and done it. It's
Yeah.
quite a few. Yeah.
And then variations of maybe like the Quincy Brown story has different branches of that story.
Correct.
The Eduardo story has different branches on that story.
Yes.
The Gannon was playing with a friend and didn't come home. Are there different branches to that story?
Yes.
And then we get the pregnant woman with a money in her belly story, different story.
Right.
Why did you tell her you don't think you're a bad person? What was the purpose of that?
It's hard to get someone to talk about something bad if they think the person talking to them already thinks they're bad.
Were you hoping that that would maybe loosen her up and she would give you some information?
Well, and yeah, I think she did not intend for this, whatever the awful thing was that happened to Gannon, to happen.
That's what you were trying to get her to
Correct.
believe you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay. Were you actually thinking that?
Yeah, I didn't know how all this started as far as I was only taking my role in this investigation. I was not the case agent. My role was just to speak with Letitia, take in as many facts as I could for these interviews. And so I was taking in what she was saying, and she was putting it back again to me with a foot injury on Saturday and now a head injury on Saturday. So we've got a progression of things happening. And I was just gathering from her what I can and passing it on to the investigative team.
When you said those things, you obviously didn't have Gannon's body had not been recovered yet.
That's correct.
Hadn't heard anything about an autopsy and the number of injuries that he had suffered.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember asking her right after this clip that we just saw about where did you last see Gannon?
Yes.
Why did you want to go down that path?
In my experience, especially if you have a close relationship with someone who has disappeared, you are clearly able to articulate the last time that you saw that person. And so far in the phone calls with Al and even with my time, she has not said what that very last sighting of him was.
Okay. And we're going to jump to that section now. 3 hours, 40 minutes and 59 seconds. And we're going to play it through 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yes.
your argument isn't going to work, Letitia.
Arguing about what?
Your argument that somebody took him. You're not going to be able to tell that story.
Okay.
If you help us today
Okay.
find out where Gannon is, if you can, because I have 100% confidence that you can tell me exactly where you last left Gannon.
Okay. Now you're accusing me.
I'm just telling you what
Okay.
the research shows, what our investigation shows.
I'm
Then
glad that
listen.
you have research that.
It
I
will look much better for you.
didn't do anything. So what do you want me to look better at? I didn't do
Are you going to
anything.
tell me right now that the last place you saw Gannon is
I'm not
really him
gonna-
getting into an Impala?
Sir, I'm not going to say anything because you're not trying to help me.
Finding Gannon would help you.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't
Wouldn't
you
it?
think that?
Then tell me.
Don't you think that? Don't you
I know it.
really don't think that?
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is.
Where did you last see him?
I'm not, sir. I'm not. You proved that you were not going to help me. Okay, you did. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you tell me where you last saw him, I can help you. I promise you that, Letitia.
I don't get it. Then her Gannon. I mean, I don't know how to write that out, say it in 10 different languages.
So what do you want me to say? You didn't hurt Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No. No,
Did you put Gannon somewhere?
no.
You didn't put him in a dumpster.
Dumpster? What? These bad, horrible things.
Because we've been tracking your car, we've been tracking, even when your phone is off, it can be tracked.
Good, sir, I'm glad.
And so we've been going through dumpsters all through. Is Gannon in a dumpster?
Sir, you can go through
Just please.
whatever you
That
want
would
to go
save
through.
us.
Sir,
That would save us
I didn't do
hundreds of
anything.
days. Just
I
tell me
didn't
if he's in a
do
dumpster.
anything.
That's fine. But will you tell me if he's in a dumpster?
If I didn't do anything to him, how am I answering that question for you?
Whether it's Angel or
I'm
whoever
how
else.
am I answering this question for you? Really? You sit here and ask them that?
Because we want to find him. I would not ask you that question
I
if it
didn't
wouldn't help us
do
find him.
anything to him. Nothing. Didn't hurt, harm, kill, nothing. Again. Did not. Would not,
Where's the last place you saw him?
sir.
Please.
You've already asked me all these questions.
I know, but that's an easy question. The last place you saw Gannon, which can really help us find him.
So you've
Why would you
already-
not say that? If you had nothing
Because
to do,
I've already tried to help you.
no, but if you had nothing to do, if you did not hurt, harm, anything, why would you not tell me the last place you saw him?
Okay.
Because it's a memory you don't want to look at.
Memory?
Yes,
Really?
I would think it's a memory.
Okay.
Gannon's been missing now for how many days? You know when you last saw him, but you won't tell the one agency that can find him.
You already said, you already basically lost my whole
That's
ability.
not a
to-
true story. That's worse than Quincy
Okay.
Brown.
All right. Okay.
What about the pregnant lady with the money in her
Okay.
stomach?
Sir. Okay.
Letitia, tell me the last place you saw him, and we can find Gannon, and that will help you so much in this case.
Oh.
Yes, it will. What do you think is going to help you now? If I walk out of here and we haven't got a lead on how to find Gannon, all you've got is the story of the stuff on the wall. You've got the blood. You've got blood all over the house. You've got blood on the bottom of your shoes,
Okay.
and you've got about 7 lies.
Okay.
If you help us find Gannon, that will help you tremendously. And yet you won't tell me. Why? Yes, I will. I've just
So we've got it now paused at the end of that section, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds. Why'd you throw out the dumpster?
There had been searches in dumpsters. And at that point, since we had no leads, I was hoping maybe she could at least, I was being truthful there, saying, can you at least narrow our world on what we're searching at this point? Because we didn't have a lead on where Gannon was.
And you were just trying to get that from her at that particular point.
Yes.
Do you remember going from that discussion into asking her about any mental health issues that she was dealing with?
Yes, I believe I asked her a second time after asking her initially.
Right. And so that's what we're going to get into next, and that's at timestamp 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds, and it lasts for almost 2 minutes. So it goes to 3 hours, 52 minutes and 18 seconds. So I'm starting it at 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds.
The one, not the one.
You know why I asked you ahead of time if you're having anxiety or depression or stuff like that?
Anxiety, depression, any of those things. Because, to be honest with you, that's it.
So have you been, you said Gannon's been seeing counselors. Have you been seeing counselors?
Right, about teaching. One time. Maybe she did it too because she was going to give the emotional support animal.
That's it.
Yeah, it was the 2 times on base. And we talked about not wanting to be in teaching anymore and all that route. Stress on the job. That was what we talked about.
You had searched a little bit on the suicide stuff.
What suicide stuff?
Or was that you, or was that just random heat stroke?
Suicide? I don't even
Have you ever thought about suicide?
Who?
You.
I'm not thinking about suicide.
What is that? What a suicidal person might say. That's what I was.
Yeah, Yeah, because I have someone in my family before that had said that to me, and I've looked up information.
That's not you.
Wow.
Take
People
that.
have things in their family go on too, you know, that you maybe want to look up and be like, oh, this is going on. How they're dealing with this. No.
Okay.
So when you're asking her about any mental health issues, did she indicate basically only 2 times?
Yes.
And what was the reason that she was seeing this counselor?
Counseling on the base regarding her teaching, I believe.
Okay. When you left the room here, what were you doing?
I believe she asked if she could make a phone call, and plus I wanted to check with our team, so I wanted to see, what was going on with them.
Okay. When you came back in the room, did you start to ask her about the board that was found with blood on it?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to jump to that. So we're at 3:55 in 0 seconds. That period of time in between, so when we stopped at 3:52:18 till when you're about to come back in the room at 3:55 in 0 seconds, was she just in the room by herself?
Yes.
Was she acting normal?
Yes.
Any concerning behavior from her?
No.
Okay, we're going to start it at 3:55 and go through 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 11 seconds. So a little over 11 minutes.
Thank you.
At some point, we'll ask you how many steps it takes to get back and forth.
Restroom or anything?
I just wanted to call to see that Harley got home.
She did. Yeah, they talked with Harley, they talked with Dee Dee, they talked with Laura. There were search warrants at Laura's house, Dee Dee's house, your van. I think that's it. So yeah, they got Harley back home.
Riley Beebe?
Yeah, 'cause I told him that I met you out at the car and you said you'd like Dee Dee to be the guardian in between times or whatever.
Okay. Why are you sitting in their house? I mean,
Because you stayed there.
I'm saying like they're not in trouble, are they?
No, neither nor Dee Dee. I'm asking yourself around the teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I do with that. And whether you did this or not, it doesn't matter. The reason they asked me is to come find what happened again. And if I can't get past, if I can't prove a story, whether you tell it to me, Al tells it to me, whether it's El Paso Sheriff's Office, again, I don't take anything as true until I can prove it. With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom. And I've done nobody homicide before. They have more on this case than we do on most of them.
Okay.
I don't want you to be the way you can help yourself out of this thing is to give us something, even though it's very
You just said you
difficult.
have what you need, so
We
why do you need to keep asking me?
Because you were the last one that you know.
But if you have what you need, why do you keep asking me? Like,
Because our goal is to find Gannon. Our goal is not to prosecute you. That is the district attorney's job. We're investigators. And like you've just seen, I do a poor job about half the time because I have to guess. Because as much as we try to track you with your cars and your phones and whatever else, there are gaps. We do have, like I told you, the blood in the house. We do have the blood on, do you know about the board that was thrown in the forest? Letitia?
What? I'm sorry, sir, what?
That's okay. The board that has Gannon's blood on it that was thrown in the forest.
So, all right, so what?
You got your DNA on it.
Okay.
But then how do you explain stuff like that and then turn around and say, but then turn around and say, I don't know.
I lived in the house with Gannon. I was Gannon's main caretaker. I wouldn't be surprised if everything I done didn't involve Gannon. There, okay, whatever.
But that board was from the house, and then it's up all by Highway 105.
Boards and I've already explained to you about any kind of stuff that would have been from the foot. I've already told you that, and I don't know what you.
But Gannon didn't go throw it up there.
Okay, so now someone threw it up there. So now someone threw it up
Or
there.
dropped or whatever. How did that board get up there?
Sir, now you're going on about the
Well,
board.
Letitia,
And Albert already called about this board, because you were there, right?
Yes.
And the sock and all this stuff, right?
Stock had nothing to do with it.
Okay. But yeah, he said a sock.
But he did say a thought.
Right.
But the board is true.
Sir.
The board was right where your T1 was.
Sir. Hicklon.
Yeah. Yeah, because we tracked it.
You could have gotten all that from me easily. You just log into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like.
Right. But if you track from where your T1 went and you look at where that board was.
Hicklon, now, okay, so this is why it's so, like, backwards. So now my Tiguan, but I was driving the truck, and then now my Tiguan, and now, and then you tried on the rental car, but then
No, you had 3 different cars.
there's proof on the rental car that I didn't even get to drive it. So I mean,
Right, there's low mileage on it. But we don't know where you went, because you had your phone on.
my phone, watch on.
Yeah, but you had your phone.
But the
watch is up in the forest somewhere, isn't it?
No, the watch is in Forest. You guys have my watch. It's at El Paso Detention Center.
That's the watch there. I thought you had an iWatch.
That's where the watch was at.
Okay.
My watch says it's clearly sitting in El Paso County.
Okay. But your phone was off those couple of days.
A couple of things.
The 27th, it was off when you were between the Petcos.
But I had my watch on.
Right. But what I'm
The
saying,
watch tells you where you go. I mean,
Yeah.
it's mirrored.
but I'm telling you, we have holes in our investigation, and you can help us with that.
Or I didn't even drive my car anywhere really, other than just going to meet friends.
You drove the Tiguan up there.
Yeah, other than to meet friends, yes.
So who will you meet? What friends? That can be a lead we can help find Gannon with.
You guys already know all my friends, so maybe
No, we don't know those up there.
that should be the ones that you really know.
We don't know the ones up there, I guarantee you.
And like the guy said, oh, tire pressure and all this, then you would have saw her if I stopped anywhere or done whatever.
Can't you tell me though?
Sure.
Instead of
You want me to
making
do
me...
that? Like, I've already had to tell you everything personal about her life. You have everything personal.
I don't have what friends you saw up there on 105 where that board is.
Look, I'm not going to admit to anything anymore.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying tell me who your friends are up there and we can go talk to
And my Tiguan wasn't even driven that way until
Okay,
like,
so maybe it was
later.
how much later?
I don't even know. Before they took it.
Okay, so was the truck up there?
Took up where?
Up that 105 area?
Oh, cool. How's I just said this?
But
I was going to Castle already said this.
but is that where the board was? It was in the back
Sir,
of the
I don't know
truck?
where the board was at because I don't know. I really don't know. That's like you're asking me a question that I really don't know the
So
answer to.
we have a board up
Okay.
there where you were driving
Okay,
with Gannon's blood on it,
okay,
with your DNA on it.
okay. So
So
my DNA, which would be what?
skin cells.
Okay, my skin cells, which I lived in a home, if that's what you're
Correct.
telling me.
Yeah.
And I've already told you that there was all this wood in the garage.
Yeah, but you never told me that you took a piece out of the truck and flung it up there. Put it, or flung it. And again, Letitia, I think you get mad when I say a verb or something, whether you placed it, flung it, dropped it, hit it, I don't know. But all I know is that our FBI evidence response team recovered it.
Okay. Did you check everybody else in the house?
As far as for their DNA?
No, not the DNA, to see if they put it there. Because you remember, these are the people that were in the house when I wasn't there. Did you check all them?
The people in the house.
Yeah, did you check the people in the house?
You mean the crime scene people?
No, I mean the people that I'm sorry to phrase that, because you don't like you, that was allowed to stay there when all this stuff you're talking about would have been there. Okay?
Correct.
Did you check all these people?
As far as their DNA?
No. Did you check to see if any of them did this?
Drove and threw that wood up there?
Did you check them?
Their GPS, their phone.
No. Did you check them? Because that is doesn't matter. So you mean to tell me you checked Veronica's GPS and her phone?
Didn't.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Grusing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. Thank you.
Good. When we last had you on the stand, we had just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that and what that meant to you during this interview?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So, especially during this later part of the interview when I was asking her about the blood, more than once she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect.
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer. And so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County, did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right. So the next section we're going to play is a shorter section. It's at 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 13 seconds through 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds.
Do you know how I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs and El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder. And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, you know, all the phone stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get out. It's
I'm not taking a chance for nothing because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. Do you know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking out.
Well,
You are not freaking
yeah,
out.
right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard
for,
you freak out on the
days?
phone one time.
Think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak
No.
something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before.
Okay.
And trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay. Well,
That makes no sense.
I
And no
guess that's
jury
what
will buy, no jury's going to buy
Okay.
that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon, that all this head wound and all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never question anything.
Well, you must, because you're taking a huge chance, Letitia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance
How are you not taking
because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Okay. All right. We're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power will make sure.
I believe in the higher power as well.
I'm glad you did. That really makes me feel better. It really does. I'm serious. You know,
But Letitia, this comes down to common sense.
I do have
And these prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
Why am I, what else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already told you I'm not hurting.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon? Where did you gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling.
I've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to getting descriptions of what happened to him?
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, those sorts of things. And then she will settle back down. So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying yet a different tactic again.
including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was with Gannon, since she was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine, and then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely to something in case we give them too much evidence and then they say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us and we share as much as we can to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question is, why were you doing that in this case? But you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Letitia, this is not about you. You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Okay, well,
Help yourself right now.
okay, though.
Why would you not?
How did that do?
Tell me what happened.
So what happened? Well, I don't know.
The way you
Well, I'm
described,
going to stand up for a moment.
absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the
then
house.
if that's what you think, then
No, it's not.
Okay.
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay. Sir.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you
Oh, I do. That's why. You
What
want to
about
know
the
why?
truth? Do you study the truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? Because I know God knows.
Okay.
I mean,
But what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
well, I don't know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Miller. So he started this. He ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do. And that's where he went to the accusation part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusation, how this did to him, what he had to go through, and all that.
Okay.
But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. You know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, guys, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong and to believe in God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, you know, in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But, you know, there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this and you can either A, bring Ethan home, bring him to the front step, drop him off so that I can please never have to worry about this again. Or you can let me stay focused on believing in you, not in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Keaton.
With that, thank you.
So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
I'm not going to go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not going to go answer that question because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his little wife and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christian like you are, I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person because a God follower, I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you, you have to repent your sin to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down. And it is not involving hurting, harming, or killing you. So I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has like a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold does. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I am here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11.
That doesn't matter age, you're right. It's tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
and if you had the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take.
I'm not going to twist things, Letitia.
To be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
with
speculation.
Everyone else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll take speculation.
Speculation is getting alive. Speculation is being with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked about, we stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that you really care about is the person that you've harmed. I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you're asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
All right. Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yes,
Does she bring up a miscarriage that she apparently had had sometime prior?
she does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds and goes through 4 hours, 23 minutes and 47 seconds.
And Your Honor, could Mr. Allen and I,
All right.
All right.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Picking up from where we left off, we were going to jump to the confrontation about blood on the wall and being compared to a miscarriage, and it's going to jump to 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 23 minutes and 47 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes worth of video.
You had nothing to do with harming Gannon. Why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. Come on. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir?
Because you're taking a big risk, Letitia.
Sure. I believe in higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt. I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
So why did you confront her with the blood cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about, is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lana's participation in this, but I wanted to see.
Lena, you mean?
Yeah, Lana's participation and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes. And again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to go there.
Appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Grusing to step down during this 8-minute portion.
Thanks.
So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
And about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want him in home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was, give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letitia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I've given you.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad.
Well, then tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. Image of Gannon.
I don't have any bad images again.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't have any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? Letitia, that's like you said earlier.
Okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me? Do you kind of think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need these kinds of.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions.
You've never answered this one.
Because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain, along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put it in. Can you please answer that?
Then you automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go
Yeah,
there.
no, wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letitia? Yours is the one that matters. What's the last thing you
Let me
saw?
tell you one more time. not hurt.
I didn't ask
Harm.
that. I did not ask that. I don't care. What is the last image you have?
All these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you
I'm just
answer me?
curious.
Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to like dig it in the brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with it for the rest of your life, Letitia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't. But I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't
Okay,
do.
then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer it.
but you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't tell me what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine if you want to tell me the thing with Angel. I
I'm
don't
not going to
care.
say anything other than saying, I will. It will stop everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it.
But you did. What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir,
I
you
have-
came in this
listen.
morning
No, I did not.
and you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away. That last image is
Oh,
gone.
well,
It never goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
right.
There is only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have, when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean,
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years
oh
later.
yeah,
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing again.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Winning. I'm fine. Winning.
Where was he? Was he standing?
You said, tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
how Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay? Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with Gannon. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we talked earlier?
Definitely.
Remember how we talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question.
You're
for you
saying, you're
because
giving me qualities of Gannon. You're not saying what
I'm
you
not.
saw.
I'm
You're
not.
saying he's a favorite stepson.
Sir,
What did you see? Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon, so.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Nope.
Seeing him for the last time.
Oh, well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you
It's not
have
gonna
that?
be the last
Do
time.
you have that picture in your mind?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this.
But why don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because you
It's
want,
not-
why would
I'm
I
not con-
answer questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy lives. That's what it will
That's not
always
what you
be.
see in your brain.
Okay. Well, see, now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt
I
it.
know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
Not a problem. I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Letitia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry.
He's not up yet.
You can go ahead.
I'm going to ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Grusing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be throughout this entire interview preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff. This entire section, was this another example of her deflecting away from the thrust of information you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Right after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. So just a couple minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done. Please.
Are you going to find him?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Okay.
And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
And I don't trust anymore for you because.
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
Because I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not in. I mean,
I will be able to tell if you'd say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I appreciate you having behavior. What else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
You don't want to answer that one.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why? If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell?
because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you heard him or anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay,
yes.
so if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you. I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and he would be standing there and you would still say to me, well, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what I
You know
think?
how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that
So This idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement
Yes,
because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
Up to him.
I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
And now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened and you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it. His head.
There's all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
Was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay?
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it? And
why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay, why
head.
don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No,
It happened on Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me?
Well, I'm saying it's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. Remember that I had
We're not
puddles of
talking
blood.
about you. We're talking about 11.
That I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
Right.
The blood on the wall and by his bed.
The
and on
blood.
the mattress.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no bearing on it.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, so, okay. Maybe check one of them.
You ready to tell me that?
Maybe check one of them. Because...
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon, even though it was months before. I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. You were the last one listening to the show.
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No.
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. You didn't have anything to hide. You tell me your last image of
I don't have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him. Just your last image in your head. What's the last image in your head you have of him? No. Or was he?
Yeah, you said last image. That's the image.
I mean, was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
Do you have any questions for me? Any questions for me? No, that's for me. Have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers to this. No, I feel that I can't talk about that now. No, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Anything?
Mhm.
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't? Just be a phone. I don't think they'll need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Well,
Let's pause now at 4 hours, 46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
You then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past as far as talking in circles, dodging questions. And I just wanted to bring that back around, something that she had told me, to see if we could go straight forward just once with this last image question I had.
Did she ever give you a straightforward answer to the last image in her head?
No.
Throughout this long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
Yes.
That's appeared to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Your final contact with her is back in this room, and it starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
Too soon. And here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you there.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me? I think we've talked for long enough today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
What is the one?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the NCIC is what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else? First degree murder for Gannon's death. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you. If we find Gannon, that makes a big difference. We'll let you go. If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator. If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes, good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
I'm going to talk to you about that.
So we're now at the end of that recorded interview, essentially. Is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, have a short discussion with her off-camera?
Yes.
What happened in that discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your, even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think, within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said something to the effect of, if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And in looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in 2 different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
Did she appear to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her? That this is a first-degree murder charge?
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor?
No.
Jasmine?
No.
Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Grusing, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years. Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents early in your career? You were in different states.
Always Colorado.
Always. Okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Miss Stauch referred to you as something, and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you're a behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. What else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but I have to hear things a few times before they sink.
No worries. So I was a special agent, and I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Okay. Now, you told Ms. Stout during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early whether it would be El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stout.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said, Letitia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever, and you haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I, but in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what if I started questioning you right here instead of saying, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining you and I was using the third person to refer to myself.
It would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it. Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Letitia, I don't like my stepson, you recall those and
I do.
discussing that with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I don't.
Okay. And that's not because you didn't look. It's just because that information was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know you're talking about when her actual search happened on her phone.
Yeah. When she, Googled in, I don't like my stepson. What do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it?
Correct. Yeah, it was no timestamp date was given to me for those searches.
Okay. So some of these searches could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them could have been actually after January 27th,
Correct.
Before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being stab him 17 times, plunge and force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
That'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stauch tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video and told her that she's told you about 7 different stories. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
Okay. And then Mr. Allen asked you one time, and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another story. So,
Okay.
yeah.
But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go back and
Correct. We
basically
could count them up.
Yeah. I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing with.
That sounds correct.
And in one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay. Now, during some of the interviews, Ms. Stauch or Leticia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is almost 5 hours a long time to be in an interview room like that?
It just depends on the situation.
What was your goal when you went into this interview room with Letitia? Was it to find out who Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting the confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon.
That's correct.
Mr. Grusing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes.
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No,
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
it did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No,
or acting as a separate person?
no.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational, I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Leading.
Yeah, sustained, you can rephrase.
Sure. Any other indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview. And I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Letitia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful, and I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall
information?
Yes. Anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide, she could recall easily. Dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon while she was even still in Colorado. Just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because we saw that she knew what she was doing. And we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.